kindly take your seats as we will begin the event shortly. Once again, please proceed to the event area and kindly take your seats as we will begin the event shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the opening ceremony, allow us to present a brief safety video outlining the emergency procedures in this venue.
Hadirin sekalian, selamat datang di Jakarta International Expo. Terima kasih telah memilih kami sebagai venue event Anda. Sebelum Anda menikmati acara, mohon perhatiannya terhadap pengumuman keselamatan ini. Keselamatan Anda adalah prioritas utama kami. Adalah kewajiban kami untuk menyampaikan petunjuk-petunjuk keselamatan, terutama jika terjadi keadaan darurat, seperti kebakaran, gempa bumi, terjebak di lift, dan listrik padam. Bangunan ini dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam kebakaran, alat pendeteksi kebakaran, sistem alarm kebakaran, pengeras suara untuk pengumuman, dan pintu keluar darurat untuk evakuasi. Silakan luangkan waktu untuk menemukan pintu keluar darurat dan jalur evakuasi terdekat Anda. Terdapat 3 titik kumpul, 1 berada di area depan bangunan ini, dan 2 lainnya berada di area parkir timur dan barat. Jika Anda mendengar alarm kebakaran terus-menerus, harap tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Dengarkan pengumuman dari pengeras suara atau ikuti instruksi petugas penanganan keadaan darurat di gedung Anda. Selama evakuasi, selalu ikuti petunjuk petugas yang memandu Anda dan perhatikan beberapa hal berikut ini. Segeralah menuju pintu keluar terdekat dan jangan berlari. Silakan menuju titik kumpul dengan tertib. Jika Anda berada di lantai 2, segera turun ke lantai dasar melalui tangga. Bantu penyandang disabilitas dan ibu hamil. Jangan membawa beban berat. Lepas sepatu berhak tinggi. Tetap tenang selama berada di titik kumpul. Dan jangan kembali masuk ke dalam gedung, kecuali petugas kami menyatakan aman untuk melakukannya. Jika terjadi gempa, lakukan hal berikut ini. Jangan panik dan lindungi kepala Anda dengan tangan atau benda. Cari tempat berlindung yang kokoh berdasarkan prinsip segitiga kehidupan. Setelah gempa reda, segera keluar dari gedung dengan dipandu oleh petugas penanganan keadaan darurat. Jika Anda mengalami terjebak di lift, lakukan hal berikut ini. Jangan panik. Jangan membuka paksa pintu lift. Tekan tombol darurat. Bicara dengan operator lift atau security. Tetaplah tenang sampai bantuan datang. Jika listrik tiba-tiba padam, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Listrik akan menyala beberapa saat kemudian dengan bantuan generator. Beberapa hal yang dilarang selama beraktivitas di gedung ini. Dilarang merokok, kecuali di tempat yang disediakan di luar gedung. Dilarang memindahkan peralatan penanggulangan keadaan darurat tanpa berkoordinasi dengan petugas safety and security. Dilarang membuang sampah di sembarang tempat. Demikian petunjuk keselamatan ini. Demi keselamatan kunjungan Anda, patuhilah peraturan tersebut dan nikmatilah kunjungan Anda di Jakarta International Expo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Assalamualaikum. Kami ucapkan ke Bandung Rakan Jame bantukan. Assalamualaikum. Pointan bulan lenmu beri salam kuare lengkan karena salam Nabi kan sunnah jarotamu mak selamat syarat mulia Alhamdulillah puja Tuhan yang pencipta alam langit dan dunia. Sembah selawat kan junjungan pangmuri ala Rasul Anbiya. Alhamdulillah puja Tuhan yang pencipta alam langit dan dunia. Sembah selawat kan junjungan pangmuri ala Rasul Anbiya. Allah berkat rahmat, Allah yang beri nang roh Aceh makmur sejahtera. Allah berkat rahmat, Allah yang beri nang roh Aceh makmur sejahtera. Allah putengan jangan kuneng-kunengan mise atom ta cembe tikamu salam putengan jangan kuneng on mise. Jempa mira lelat bersanggoy tanda atelon nanyung kegata analon sangkade cut ade mampom sambut atelon na lapang dada jempa mira lelat bersanggoy tanda atelon nanyung kegata analon sangkade juta de mampom sambut atelon na lapang dada jempa mira lolat besanggoy tanda atelon nanyung kegata analon sangkade juta de mampom sambut atelon de ngol lapang dada jempa mira lolat besanggoy tanda atelon de nanyung kegata analon sangkade juta de mampom sambut atelon de ngol lapang dada. Red karet menauna, red karet menauna. Roblo pinang di badaga lembang tujuh lam obat tawanya di dalam minyak melabuh. Aro pulau pinang di badaga lembang tujuh lam obat tawanya di dalam minyak melabuh. Allah ilillah at besido ili tarepkar ulang di darat sunan geta lampu tetu lela dalam jerat matan ingat sunan geta. Aiku temang baya komang bonga tema. Aiku tite bukemang aiku tite. Aiku temang baya komang bonga tema. Aiku titi bukemang aiku tite. Aiku temang baya komang bonga tema. Aila otsa ilala ombak me. Lan para kulaya la bencana sabah kapata tiang temengku ala kamayone rakela bukone layar waleo cida gilanya cida lausa hilal lombak ma lan kapadi drama bura bacite salam kesa lan salaman po hawidin kata lausa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause for the traditional Saman dance from Sanggar Kampung Seni Yuda.
The performance we just witnessed is a deeply significant cultural expression from Indonesia. Hailing from the Gayo Highlands of Aceh, this dance is famously referred to as the dance of 1,000 hands.
Saman represent a strong symbol of unity, harmony, and collective spirit, values that perfectly align with the essence of today's event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, greetings of goodness. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General TNI Suharyanto, SOS MM, Head of the National Disaster Management Authority, BNPB. Good morning, sir.
Your Excellency, Sakyasi Ditoka, Minister for Rural Maritime Development and Disaster Management of the Republic of Fiji. It is a great privilege to welcome you, sir.
Mr. Eric Yap, Commissioner of the Singapore Civil Defense Force.
Mr. Andi Rizaldi, STMM, Head of the Industrial Services Standardization and Policy Authority, BSKJI, Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia.
Dr. Nelly Florida Riyama, SSE, MSE, Deputy for the Geophysics, Climatology and Geophysics Authority, BMKG.
Mr. Ian Roberts, Vice President, Asia Informa Markets.
Mrs. Lia Indriasari, Country Manager of PT Pamerindo, Indonesia. Good morning. And of course, welcome to all of you, all honored guests and distinguished participants. It's a great pleasure that we welcome you all today. And allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Tommy Chokro and
I'm Gisela Tessa.
And we are honored to be here as your MC for today. We are gathered for a momentous event that brings together several key platforms of discussions and collaborations.
It is our great honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 3rd Asia Disaster Management and Civil Protection Expo and Conference 2024, the 2nd Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024, and the ASEAN High-Level Dialogue on the occasion of the 20th commemoration of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami. Additionally, we are delighted to launch the Indonesia Energy and Engineering Series 2024, as well as the GIFAMETEC Indonesia 2024, bringing together leading experts and stakeholders from across industries to explore innovative solutions and ideas.
Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it is an honor to welcome Mrs. Lia Indriasari, Country Manager of PT Pamerindo Indonesia, to deliver the event report for the 3rd Asia Disaster Management and Civil Protection Expo and Conference 2024. Mrs. Lia Indriasari, please join us on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. May peace be upon us. Distinguished guests, His Excellency Lieutenant General TNI Suharyanto S. MM, Head of the National Disaster Management Authority, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Retno Marsudi, who could not join with us today, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Sakia Siditoka, Minister for Rural, Maritime Development and Disaster Management, Republic of Fiji, His Excellency Mr. Kamal Kishore, United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, His Excellency Mr. Ekapap Patawong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, His Excellency Mr. Eric Yap, Commissioner of the Singapore Civil Defense Force, the Honorable Bapak Andi Rizaldi, STMM, Head of the Industrial Services Standardization and Policy Authority, Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Nelly Florida Riyama, SSE MSE, Deputy for Geophysics of the Indonesian Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Authority, BMKG, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. Ian Roberts, VP Asia of Informa Markets, and Mrs. Beatrice Ho, Director of Messe Düsseldorf Asia, Chairmen and founders of all supporting associations and representative of embassies, which I cannot mention one by one. All distinguished guests, sponsors, partners, and our beloved exhibitors, please allow me to address you all in Bahasa Indonesia. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu sekalian, para tamu undangan, para peserta pameran, rekan-rekan media, dan seluruh hadirin yang kami banggakan. Selamat datang di acara pembukaan pameran ADEXCO, Indonesia Energy and Engineering Series, dan GIFA dan METEC Indonesia. Pertama-tama izinkanlah saya mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada seluruh pejabat pembuka, utamanya Bapak Kepala Badan BNPB dan Bapak Ibu sekalian yang sudah hadir di pagi hari ini. Izinkan saya untuk menyambut Bapak Ibu sekalian di pertemuan akbar di sektor industri yang terbesar di Asia Tenggara, yaitu Indonesia Energy dan Engineering Series, yang di dalamnya terdapat 7 sektor industri utama dan sangat penting bagi Indonesia. Dan termasuk di dalamnya adalah ADEXCO yang fokus terhadap manajemen kebencanaan dan perlindungan sipil, dan juga pameran GIFA dan METEC Indonesia yang mewakili sektor engineering. Kami sangat bangga melaporkan bahwa kegiatan kami saat ini sudah menjadi pertemuan industri terbesar di Asia Tenggara yang diikuti oleh lebih dari 2.800 perusahaan pameran dari 44 negara, memanfaatkan area seluas 105.000 meter persegi di Expo Kemayoran. ADEXCO sendiri adalah acara yang sangat penting bagi kami dengan fokus pada sipil. Pada edisi kali ini kami menampilkan 126 perusahaan dari 14 negara yang memanfaatkan area seluas 4.000 meter persegi. Dengan tema Advancing Sustainable Resilience, kami menyoroti pentingnya kolaborasi pentahelix antara akademisi, pelaku bisnis, komunitas, pemerintah, media, serta semua stakeholders. Sustainable resilience adalah pendekatan yang multifaset yang dibutuhkan untuk menghadapi tantangan perkembangan zaman dan dunia modern. Kita memerlukan pendekatan holistik yang tidak hanya menggabungkan aksi iklim, tetapi juga pengurangan resiko bencana dan inisiatif pembangunan berkelanjutan. Ini berarti kita harus memupuk kerjasama internasional, memobilisasi sumber daya, dan mengadopsi solusi inovatif yang mendukung mitigasi serta adaptasi. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang kami muliakan, sebagai bagian dari rangkaian acara Indonesia Energy dan Engineering Series, kami sebagai penyelenggara berkomitmen untuk terus membangun masa depan yang lebih berkelanjutan. Kami mengajak seluruh pemangku kepentingan untuk ikut serta dalam agenda keberlanjutan ini. Banyak sekali inisiatif-inisiatif yang kami jalankan yang menampilkan berbagai macam aspek sustainability di dalam kegiatan pameran kami kali ini. Mulai dari program pengolahan limbah, program pengurangan emisi karbon, program inklusivitas, hingga berbagi pengetahuan terhadap para audiens kami mengenai topik sustainability. Salah satu contoh yang Bapak Ibu bisa lihat saat ini adalah ornamen backdrop yang ada di belakang saya. Ini merupakan backdrop yang mempergunakan 100% recycled cardboard. Dan ini adalah bukti nyata komitmen kami dalam mengimplementasikan aspek sustainability di setiap kegiatan yang kami jalankan. Kami juga sangat bangga untuk menginformasikan bahwa pada acara kami, kegiatan kami di tahun lalu, kami telah berhasil mencapai 16 dari 17 UN SDGs Point. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk tahun ini kami akan melaksanakannya dengan lebih baik lagi. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang saya muliakan, besar harapan kami rangkaian kegiatan ini akan memberi manfaat yang sangat besar bagi perekonomian bangsa dan menjadi landasan dalam membangun masa depan yang resilience dan sustainable bagi Indonesia. Dengan semangat kerjasama dan inovasi, mari kita bersama-sama berkontribusi untuk masa depan yang lebih baik. Akhir kata, selamat menikmati pameran. We hope you will enjoy the show as much as we do. Terima kasih, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. May peace be upon us.
Thank you, Mrs. Lia Indriasari. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time for the welcoming remarks from the head of the National Disaster Management Authority, BNPB, Lieutenant General TNI Suharyanto, SOS MM. Mr. Suharyanto, please join us to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, salam kebajikan. Yang terhormat Bapak Sakyasi Detoka, Menteri Pembangunan Pedesaan, Kelautan, dan Penanggulangan Bencana Republik Fiji. Yang terhormat Bapak Eric Yap, Komisioner Singapore Civil Defense Force. Yang saya hormati Bapak Marco Toscano Rivalta, Pimpinan Kantor PBB untuk Pengurangan Risiko Bencana Regional Asia Pasifik. Yang saya hormati Bapak Andi Rijaldi, Kepala Badan Standarisasi dan Kebijakan Jasa Industri Kementerian Perindustrian Indonesia. Tentu saja yang baru saja bicara, yang kami hormati Ibu Lia Indriasari, Country Manager PT Pamerindo Indonesia. Seluruh peserta pameran Indonesia Energy dan Engineering yang kami hormati, dan para narasumber, perwakilan negara ASEAN, kementerian lembaga, pemerintah daerah, lembaga donor, mitra pembangunan, lembaga internasional, industri, lembaga usaha, akademisi, media, para tamu undangan, dan hadirin sekalian yang kami cintai, kami hormati, dan kami banggakan. Selamat datang dalam acara ADEXCO tahun 2024 di Jakarta. Saya menyampaikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu pada acara pembukaan ini yang direncanakan akan dilaksanakan selama 4 hari mulai tanggal 11 hingga 14 September 2024. Dalam penyelenggaraan ADEXCO tahun ini kita akan menyaksikan berbagai inovasi, teknologi, dan solusi dalam bidang penanggulangan bencana yang dihadirkan oleh peserta dari berbagai sektor dan negara. Acara ini dilaksanakan dalam rangka peringatan 20 tahun Tsunami Samudra Hindia 2024, 2004, dan bersamaan dengan acara Forum Global untuk Resiliensi yang berkelanjutan 2024, serta dialog tingkat tinggi ASEAN untuk peringatan 20 tahun Tsunami Samudra Hindia tahun 2004. Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, kita semua tahu bahwa kawasan Asia dan Pasifik adalah kawasan yang indah dan kaya akan sumber daya alam. Namun demikian, dengan segala keindahan dan kekayaan alam tersebut, tersimpan juga ancaman bencana yang beragam, mulai dari bencana geologi, vulkanologi, hidrometeorologi, dan gagal teknologi. Di Indonesia sendiri, 2024 baru masuk bulan September, kita sudah mencatat hampir 1.400 kali bencana yang sudah terjadi di Indonesia. Dan bencana yang menonjol adalah bencana hidrometeorologi serta bencana yang sebagian besar dipicu oleh perubahan iklim dan aktivitas manusia. Angka ini naik 52% dari tahun sebelumnya, dikarenakan perubahan iklim, urbanisasi, serta perubahan tata guna lahan. Namun demikian, alhamdulillah, dari segi dampak terhadap jumlah korban jiwa dan kerusakan infrastruktur menunjukkan tren penurunan yang signifikan. Korban jiwa meninggal, hilang, dan luka-luka di tahun 2023 turun 36% dibandingkan tahun 2022. Demikian juga dengan angka kerusakan infrastruktur yang turun 63% dari tahun 2023 dibandingkan dengan tahun 2022. Data dan fakta di atas menunjukkan bahwa kita mungkin tidak bisa secara signifikan mengurangi jumlah terjadinya bencana. Akan tetapi kita bisa mengupayakan dan mengoptimalkan upaya pencegahan dan mitigasi untuk mengurangi potensi dampak baik dari sisi korban jiwa maupun harta benda. Oleh karena itu, forum pameran teknologi dan konferensi untuk saling berbagi informasi dan praktik baik di kawasan seperti kegiatan kita hari ini merupakan wujud nyata dari upaya membangun sistem yang kuat, sistem yang tidak hanya mampu merespon saat terjadi bencana, tetapi juga berorientasi pada mitigasi resiko dan kesiapsiagaan. ADEXCO tahun 2024 ini merupakan penyelenggaraan yang ketiga dengan tema Advancing Sustainable Resiliency yang terdiri dari berbagai rangkaian kegiatan, yaitu yang pertama adalah Global Forum for Sustainable Resiliency 2024. Yang kedua, ini adalah sebuah forum penting yang terkait resiliensi berkelanjutan yang menandai komitmen kita bersama dalam memperkuat strategi pengurangan risiko bencana di kawasan. Konsep resiliensi berkelanjutan ini mencakup 4 pilar utama, yaitu budaya dan kelembagaan, investasi sains teknologi, akses pendanaan, dan transfer teknologi, infrastruktur tahan bencana dan perubahan iklim, serta komitmen dalam mengimplementasikan kesepakatan global terkait pengurangan risiko bencana dan adaptasi perubahan iklim. Kedua adalah dialog tingkat tinggi ASEAN untuk peringatan 20 tahun tsunami Samudra Hindia 2004. Pertemuan ini menghadirkan perwakilan 10 negara ASEAN dan tidak hanya untuk memperingati 2 dekade tsunami Samudra Hindia tahun 2004, tetapi lebih jauh kita berkomitmen nyata untuk memastikan bahwa tragedi seperti itu tidak akan terjadi lagi. Atau jika terjadi, kita sudah siap dan tangguh dalam menghadapinya, serta mampu membangun masa depan yang lebih aman. Yang ketiga adalah kegiatan Expo atau pameran industrialisasi kebencanaan. Pameran ini tidak hanya menampilkan produk dan teknologi, tetapi menciptakan peluang besar untuk membangun kerjasama baru, menciptakan teknologi lokal yang kuat, dan memperluas jejaring industri yang siap dipasarkan di dunia. Perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan, riset, dan teknologi harus terintegrasi dalam satu ekosistem implementasi dan industrialisasi yang kuat. Industrialisasi dalam manajemen bencana adalah jalan kita menuju resiliensi berkelanjutan. Dan yang keempat, dalam kegiatan ADEXCO ini adalah kegiatan lokakarya, diversifikasi dan penghijauan rantai pasokan kemanusiaan dan lokakarya tentang membangun inklusivitas dalam ketahanan iklim di tingkat kota dan kabupaten. Kedua lokakarya ini akan diselenggarakan di venue pada tanggal 13 dan 14 September mendatang. Ini adalah dua acara yang berbeda tetapi dengan satu tujuan yang sama, membangun masa depan yang lebih tangguh, berkelanjutan dan inklusif bagi kita semua. Bapak, Ibu dan hadirin yang saya hormati, saya juga menyampaikan apresiasi dan terima kasih kepada pemerintah Australia yang melalui program Siap Siaga atas dukungannya dalam penyelenggaraan Global Forum for Sustainable Resiliency kedua ini. Hal yang sama kepada Uni Eropa, AHA Center, dan Sekretariat ASEAN yang telah berperan dalam penyelenggaraan dialog tingkat tinggi untuk memperingati 20 tahun Tsunami Samudra Hindia 2004. Terima kasih juga kepada Pamerindo dan semua pihak yang sudah terlibat dalam mewujudkan ADEXCO 2024 ini. Semoga rangkaian kegiatan ini bisa berjalan lancar dan sukses sebagaimana yang diharapkan. Terakhir, izinkan saya mengelurkan semangat solidaritas bagi saudara-saudara kita di Filipina dan Vietnam yang saat ini terdampak bencana Taifun Yagi. Doa kami senantiasa mengiringi upaya pemerintah dan masyarakat Filipina dan Vietnam dalam menghadapi bencana alam ini. Kita percaya bahwa bersama kita dapat membangun kawasan yang lebih tangguh, yang tidak hanya siap menghadapi bencana, tetapi juga mampu bangkit lebih setelahnya. Mari kita mulai dari sekarang, karena masa depan dunia ada di tangan kita semua. Dengan ini, maka saya sampaikan kegiatan ADEXCO ini secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Sekian dan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Selesai.
Terima kasih Pak Suharyanto. Kami mohon untuk tetap berada di atas panggung. Please remain on stage, sir. Again, thank you for the welcoming remarks, and please, as we proceed with the next agenda, which is pemukulan kentongan, a symbolic strike to mark the official opening of today's event. Striking the kentongan. The kentongan is a traditional Indonesian wooden slit drum used to signal or communicate over distances, especially in rural areas.
Yes, and we would like also to invite the following distinguished guests to join us for the procession. Representative from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, Mr. Marco Toscano Rivalta.
Representative from ASEAN, Colonel Harith of Brunei.
Minister for Rural, Maritime Development and Disaster Management, Republic of Fiji, Mr. Saskiasi Ditoka.
Commissioner of the Singapore Civil Defense Force, Mr. Eric Yap.
Vice President Asia Informa Markets, Mr. Ian Roberts.
Representing the Minister of the Industry, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Andi Rizaldi. Please come forward on stage. And also we would like to invite all the guests who sit in the front to rise and join this procession. Yes, you may stand up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Are we ready? Let's begin. Three,
2, 1.
Thank you. largest industrial gathering in Southeast Asia is officially open.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain on stage for a group photo session.
Again, please give another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And please remain on stage for taking another photo session. 3, 2, 1. Give another smile to the camera. And another one. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may all return to your seats. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored now to invite Mr. Eric Yap, Commissioner of the Singapore Civil Defense Force, to deliver his keynote speech with title Enhancing Resilience Through Integrated Civil Defense and Regional Cooperation. Mr. Eric Yap, the stage is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, it is a great honor to address you at the opening of the second Global Forum for the Sustainable Resilience.
Thank you for a very kind introduction, and of course, His Excellency General Suharyanto, Minister, and of course, Head of BNPB. Excellencies, distinguished guests, a very good morning to everyone. Indeed, it is my greatest honor to be invited to speak on a topic that matters so much to us in the realm of disaster management. And this topic is about enhancing resilience through civil defense and of course international cooperation. And I suppose, SCDF being invited to talk about the concept of civil defense relates very closely to what we do in Singapore, because as a force, we are also the leading organization responsible for driving the concept of civil defense. And of course, the concept of civil defense is much larger than the organization of the Singapore Civil Defense Force. And I shall go into that with a bit more details in my following slides. I've got about 10 slides and about 15 minutes. I'm going to manage the time very carefully. I'll be more than happy to talk about this, beyond this short sharing. So if I could have the clicker for the next slide. Yes. So, the concept of, thank you so much. The concept of resilience is no foreign to many of us here in the realm of disaster management. But specifically when we talked about civil defense, what do we mean by resilience? We are really talking about individuals, communities, and systems having the ability to withstand, to recover, to adapt to really very trying circumstances. And we want to look at two segments of it. One obviously will be the people, and the other will be the system itself. And of course, when we talk about system, we talk about institutions, we talked about system resiliencies. But for the people itself, it means a lot. First of all, being prepared. Secondly, to be adaptive to the challenging environment. And of course, thirdly, to have the coping mechanism. But each of these are not isolated, and each of these do not function independently because they are interdependent and how well we do in one affects the other. And this essentially, how we define simplistically the concept of civil defense and resilience in civil defense. It's like a cogwheel. When we talk about a cogwheel, we talk about a resilient nation, and there are 3 sub-cogwheels to it. And the cogwheel that is highlighted in yellow in this slide is about the role that we play, in SCDF, promoting and strengthening the concept of civil defense across the society. And this is really what we do, and partnering 2 very important components of the society. One, of course, is the private sector, because the government cannot be doing everything and anything. We need the entire private industry, from the different sector to come together to make this happen. And of course, the other part that we want to strengthen resilience about is really the community. And the community are the most vulnerable group, and the community has to be involved in order to making sure that resilience becomes sustainable, as what we are talking about in this particular forum. And how do we go about building resilience in the SCDF? It is our responsibility, because as an organization, as a force, that is incumbent on our mandated role. But resilience, as I mentioned, in the concept of civil defense, is about preparing the nation. And here we go about through 3 key aspects. And these 3 key aspects so happens also to be the transformation vision of the SCDF for the next 5 years, bringing us to 2030. Because we are just at the tail end of our 10-year transformation program of building a nation of lifesavers, which started in 2015 and is going to end in 2025, which is next year. And in just this year's work plan for the SCDF in July, we just talked about transformation 2030, and this exactly is where we are hitting the spot on the 3 aspects that we want to build up. And these 3 aspects resonates to the concept and the framework that I just talked about of the vision of being prepared even for the unexpected. And the 3 components that matter so much to us is about being future ready for operation, and that's very organization centric. The second aspect is a connected SCDF. You can have wonderful systems. If the systems are not connected, you are not going to get the data out of it. You are not going to be better informed. You are not going to be able to sense make as much as we need, to confront the challenges going forward. And of course, the resilient society is all that matters, because you can have a lot of preparedness activity, you can have initiatives, but if the populace is not prepared for emergency, we are going to have the greatest of all impact, upon them when disaster happens. And of course, there goes the 3 color boxes that we talked about, the resiliency across the society. And how we do it, being a future-ready organization, as I talked about, being organization-centric, is about the 3 key components. And one of which is about building hardware and hardware, right? And hardware as an organization responsible for disaster management and emergency response, it matters a lot to have a wide array of capabilities to be able to deal with emergency situations. And to be able to deal with emergency situation immediately is one level. To have the redundancy to cope when multiple incidents continue to unfold itself as we are dealing with one is another question. So it becomes incumbent on our organization to build this depth of capability, and this is something that SCDF strives to achieve in having that depth to respond to multiple agencies through an array of capabilities, hardware, and of course, the mental resiliency of our workforce to be able to cope with multiple incidents. And that's the final box that we see there, talking psychological support to our emergency responders, because all of us, and I'm quite certain, knows that emergency responders goes through the most traumatic of all scenes. And, while we can cope and we can deal with situations, we are still humans, and the impact, the aftermath impact on emergency responders, if we don't address it, is going to have profound consequences on the ability of the organization to deal with the next incident that happens. So this is what we talked about. A connected SCDF, I talked briefly, and this is really about making sure each of the information nodes that we have are connected, are interconnected, and they share the same sources of truth and provide the same sources of truth to the Emergency Management Authority so that when they make a decision, it is the best informed decision that they have at that point in time to execute the rescue mission that they need to do. And we talked about nodes just not relating to operations, but nodes relating to operational support functions, such as logistics, because so often than not, we take for granted that logistics supply will always be there to support us in disaster management. But when that does not come about, it's going to cripple us in disaster management. And this is something that we want to make sure, as we build a system, the ecosystem remain robust and resilient to be able to withstand incidents and multiple incidents that will shock the system. And of course, the very public-facing one is something that's extremely real and extremely confronting to all of us. In SCDF, as we strive to move forward to build a resilient society, we start by building small steps, right? Small steps as in getting the population involved in everyday emergencies. And this is how we do it, through an app that we call My Responder. And this is the second version of the app. Basically, it invites the community to sign up as emergency responders. And on an everyday basis, when there's an emergency, whether it is a cardiac arrest or a minor fire situation, if the person is within 400 meters of the incident, the person will receive an alert through the app of the incident. And the person can accept it or reject it and then respond to the incident. And quite certainly, for that 12,000 over cases that the community has responded to, they always arrive before the emergency services for a reason because they are already at the vicinity, and that makes a huge lot of difference. And you can see for the figures itself, for the 180,000 community first responders that we have, 80 lives, 80 cardiac arrest victims that have suffered an incident were resuscitated because of the help of community first responders. And the fact is that these are 80 lives of 80 more families and loved ones, and that how impactful it is. And these are small steps to building a resilient nation because we all understand the concept of civil defense. The more prepared the community is on emergency preparedness activity, the greater their ability to cope during an abnormal circumstance. It is really about people reacting normally during an abnormal situation. And if they have the skills, if they have the knowledge to weather those situations, that will make a difference. And that is about resilience in civil defense. And of course, building a resilient society means that we have to create activities, not just the app, but activities that involve the community, activities that bring the community forward to venues to learn emergency preparedness skills, because we want to have really a nation of lifesavers, and we are journeying towards that. I'm into the final slides, and this is really the final part of talking about international cooperation. And of course, our guest of honor, General Suharyanto, in his speech, did talk about the number of disasters in this region that we encounter. And it is no secret, that this region is the most disaster-prone region in the entire world. And the fact and the figures that General has cited, up to this point in time, there are 1,400 disasters that happened in Indonesia alone underscores this point. The fact is that if we fail to cooperate, we will face the consequences. And I'm absolutely delighted, and I stand here fully convinced that the ASEAN region is really a region that truly believes in disaster preparedness. And this has come a long way through cooperation. And the framework that we have through the ACDM, through the agreement that we put together in the ADMIA, which is the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, following the tsunami incident in 2004, has come a long way in bringing the entire 10 ASEAN member states much closer to cooperate on different initiatives, such as some of those that we see. And this comes from as high level as strategic dialogues that we talked about, like for instance, the one we just had in mid of August, the strategic policy dialogue on disaster management, where really experts come together, explore topical issues, and such issues and discussions then funnel down to the work plan of the ADMIA, work plan of the ACDM for the subsequent years to execute. And that's one level. And of course, the second level, which is the practitioner level, we talk about equipping disaster managers with knowledge, with networking, so that we are no strangers when we need to operate together on disaster sites. We know each other and we understand the lingo, we understand the practices. And this is something that I think all of us in the ASEAN truly appreciates the cooperation that we enjoy. And this cooperation, of course, is something that the ASEAN member states never take for granted, because it is all about building trust, it is all about building resilience, and it is something that we all work extremely hard towards. So, ladies and gentlemen, really I've come to my final slide, and I thank you for the opportunity to do this sharing at this very, very important forum, the Global Forum on Sustainable Resilience. I thank BNPB for creating this initiative. It is a very, very important initiative for us to talk about an important topic that will help to reinforce resilience against disaster in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Yap, Commissioner of the Singapore Civil Defense Force, for your keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Suharyanto is leaving for the next agenda. And again, we would like to say thank you so much, sir, for your remarks to open this event.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are honored to present a video from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Mrs. Retno Marsudi, titled The World Beyond 2030 and Why Sustainable Resilience Matters.
Today our world is at a critical juncture. Disasters continue to occur more frequently and with a much greater scale of impact. Climate change has become a catalyst for natural disasters, making them more unpredictable and challenging to manage. This reality is a constant challenge for Indonesia, as our land is prone to natural disasters. That is why disaster risk reduction, or DRR, is not just a priority, it is our lifeline. This is our battle. No nation can face these challenges alone. Promoting international cooperation and sustainable resilience is at the heart of Indonesia's humanitarian diplomacy. Through the Sendai Framework, the Paris Agreement, and other global initiatives, we need to work hand in hand with our neighbors and partners. We support those who face similar threats, knowing that resilience is not just a national goal. It is a global imperative. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we look beyond 2030, we must rethink and strengthen our approach to disaster risk reduction. Our experience in navigating through the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us many valuable lessons on how to design and implement life-saving policies. The most important takeaways from this experience are that addressing disasters not only require mitigation effort, but also preventive measures, and that sustainable resilience is the answer to better prepare for future pandemics. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight three key principles as way forward. First, we must leverage the advancement in science, technology, and data to ensure risk-informed decision-making and investment. This means investing in technology, including in ensuring access to funding and technology transfer. It improves our early warning systems, enhances disaster response, and strengthens our overall resilience. Second, we must embrace a collaborative, community-based, and inclusive multi-helix approach in our DRR effort. Resilience begins at the grassroots level, involving multi-stakeholders. We must continue fostering this collaborative spirit, ensuring that our DRR efforts are community-driven and that the most vulnerable population are not left behind. Third, we must integrate resilience into all development strategies. Resilience is not an add-on element. It is a fundamental component of sustainable development. Every development initiative, whether in infrastructure, healthcare, or education, must be designed with resilience in mind. It means planning for the long term, anticipating future risks, and ensuring that our progress is not easily undone by disasters. Indonesia has embedded resilience into its national development strategies, ensuring that our growth is both sustainable and secure. Furthermore, Indonesia has taken significant steps to promote sustainable resilience within the region. During Indonesia chairmanship in ASEAN last year, one of the key deliverables is the ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on Sustainable Resilience. This milestone underscored the collective commitment of ASEAN nations to integrate climate and disaster resilience for sustainable development into all aspects of life. It calls for enhanced collaboration and cooperation in building sustainable resilience. This includes strengthening regional mechanisms for comprehensive disaster response and ensuring that efforts to build resilience are inclusive, particularly for vulnerable communities. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me reiterate that sustainable resilience is indispensable to synergize disaster risk reduction and sustainable development as we move closer to 2030 and beyond. This period presents not just the conclusion of the SDGs and Sendai framework for DRR, but also the beginning of a new era where our actions today will shape our future. And with that, I wish you have a productive and constructive forum. I thank you very much.
And that was Mrs. Retno Marsudi. And now we have a video message from Mr. Kamal Kishore from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to send you this message for the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience. The UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction extends its gratitude to Indonesia for championing the concept of sustainable resilience, which it introduced at the 2022 Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in Bali. I was privileged to be part of that event. Today, we confront a reality where risks can quickly create impacts that cascade across sectors. In our interconnected world, a single disaster can have ripple effects on multiple economic sectors, hindering the achievement of sustainable development. To get ahead of these challenges, I would like to highlight three priorities to ensure sustainable resilience. First, we must transform the concept of sustainable resilience into practical action. Disaster risk reduction has always thrived on hands-on approaches. Let us share more concrete examples of how holistic approaches to disaster prevention, preparedness, and recovery can be successfully implemented. For instance, reflecting on the lessons of the past 20 years since the Indian Ocean tsunami, how can we foster sustainable resilience among exposed coastal communities? Second, as called for by His Excellency President Joko Widodo, societies must cultivate a culture of prevention, particularly among young people. We could not agree more. Empowering the next generation is the theme for this year's International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction and is the reason we are calling on all countries to endorse the comprehensive school safety framework. Third, we must harness the power of partnerships. No single organization or government entity can tackle the complexity of today's risks on its own. This is why the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction calls on countries to adopt a whole-of-society approach to mobilize all resources and at the same time ensure the inclusion of all, including indigenous communities. Across these three priorities, Indonesia and the members of ASEAN are well positioned to lead by example. Not as the most disaster-prone region, but as the most sustainably resilient region. I thank you and wish you a very successful forum.
Thank you. That was Mr. Kamal Kishore. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will present the video message from Mr. Ekapa Pantafong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, it is a great honor to address you at the opening of the second Global Forum for the Sustainable Resilience 2024, a critical convening of minds and efforts at the time when our planet faces the unprecedented challenges. Today, we stand at the crossroads, reflecting on the immense progress we have made while acknowledging the urgent task ahead in our quest for the sustainable resilience. Today's forum is themed Navigating the Uncertainty, Advancing the Sustainable Resilience in a Changing World, aptly capturing both the dynamism and the complexity of the challenges that we face. It calls upon us to embrace the innovative, integrated solutions within the framework of the Paris Agreement on the climate change, the Sendai framework for the disaster risk reduction, and the sustainable development goals. These global agreements are not just the visions, they are our shared roadmap to the resilient and the sustainable future. We exemplify the power of collaboration. The ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Sustainable Resilience, adopted in 2023, highlights our commitment to the integrated approaches and the regional cooperation. By working together, sharing the knowledge, and supporting one another, ASEAN can amplify its impact and enhance the resilience across all the ASEAN member states. This year's forum is organized with the backdrop of the 20 years after the Indian Ocean tsunami and is a part of the ASEAN commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Indian Ocean tsunami. The commemoration serves as a reminder of devastating impacts natural disasters can have on our societies and the ecosystems, and highlights the critical importance of taking the proactive measures to reduce risk and enhance our collective resilience. In addition to Indonesia, ASEAN commemoration of the 20th year of the Indian Ocean tsunami is also to be held in other ASEAN countries affected by the tsunami. Malaysia and Thailand and in Brunei Darussalam as the chair of the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Disaster Management 2024. The events that highlight our regional unity and solidarity, reinforcing the ASEAN's commitment to working together in the face of adversity. There is an opportunity to reflect on the significant progress that we have made in disaster management and preparedness since that tragic day, and renewed our pledge to prioritize disaster risk reduction. Finally, I would like to congratulate the Indonesian National Disaster Management Authority for the successful convening of the second Global Forum for the Sustainable Resilience. Let us leverage this gathering to inspire the transformative action ensuring that we leave a powerful legacy of the resilience for the future generations. Together that we can and must navigate these uncertainties and build a brighter, more resilient future for all. Thank you very much.
And that was from Mr. Ekafav Pantavong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN. So next, we are honored to invite His Excellency, Mr. Sakyasi Ditoka, Minister for Rural Maritime Development and Disaster Management from the Republic of Fiji, to deliver his keynote speech with the title, Building Resilient Rural and Maritime Communities. Mr. Sakyasi Ditoka, the stage is yours.
Colonel Harith of Brunei, Chair of the ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management. Excellencies, Bapak and Ibu representing the Indonesian government, including heads of ministries and departments, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. Disambul Benaka, selamat pagi. It is my privilege and honor to speak on an issue that is most prevalent in our communities and which require our collaboration and commitment at all levels of engagement, at national, regional and global, building resilient rural and maritime communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a pivotal moment in global history as we grapple with the stark reality of a changing climate. We are witnessing its widespread and undeniable impact on the global economy, livelihoods, cultures, and the environment. The challenges that face rural and maritime communities are particularly dire. These areas often face structural and institutional barriers to development that are all too familiar across rural regions across the world. While our world has transitioned to a predominantly urban population, around 3.4 billion people still live in rural areas. In lower middle-income countries, 60% of the population reside in rural areas. And in low-income countries, the figure stands at 67%. What especially worrying statistic is that approximately 79% of the world's extreme poor live in rural areas. Ladies and gentlemen, rural and maritime communities face considerable obstacles made worse by extreme weather conditions and the growing threat of climate change. Many of these communities are located far from major urban centers, limiting their access to development opportunities and critical services. Natural hazards such as droughts exacerbate the already precarious livelihoods of rural communities that depend on agriculture. Other key sectors such as tourism and fisheries are affected by warmer seas and ocean acidification, which have devastating impacts on marine ecosystems. Coastal erosion and rising sea levels further threaten the existence of coastal communities and increase the risks of displacement. In the Asia-Pacific region, typhoons, cyclones, landslides, drought, volcanoes, earthquakes, and flooding have become the bane of rural communities. These areas are often at the forefront of climate impacts due to lack of mitigation measures and disaster-resilient infrastructure. The absence of storm-resilient buildings and inadequate drainage systems makes them particularly vulnerable. The strengths and resilience of rural and maritime communities, despite these challenges, our rural and maritime communities remain the custodians of much that brings beauty and diversity to our world. They preserve traditional knowledge and cultural heritage, and they serve as protectors of biodiversity, flora and fauna. Moreover, they are inherently resilient in the face of adversity, demonstrating strength and perseverance time and time again. In keeping in line with the principles of sustainable resilience that is being promoted by the Indonesian government, building resilient rural and maritime communities means that we must put people at the very heart of development. This means ensuring that their voices are heard, their needs are met, and their futures are shaped by their own participation. Localization and the active participation of rural communities in decision-making processes are crucial for fostering sustainable development. It ensures that the interventions designed to lift people out of poverty and increase economic and social resilience are not only effective, but also owned by the communities themselves. In doing so, we must place a stronger focus on capturing the voices of the most vulnerable among us: women, children, the elderly, the youth, disabled, and indigenous groups. Their perspectives and needs should drive our policies, as they are often the most affected by the challenges we seek to address. It is equally important to enhance the institutional and governance arrangements through which policies and frameworks are implemented. This means ensuring that the legislation is clear, responsive, and focused on meeting the needs and aspirations of rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, at the core of resilience building is the alleviation of poverty. This requires tailor-made, contextualized economic empowerment programs that promote sustainable livelihoods for rural and maritime communities. Empowering these communities economically is essential to ensuring their resilience in the face of future challenges. The continued provision of critical infrastructure and services is vital. By ensuring connectivity and access to opportunities, we can boost productivity, improve communication, and link rural communities to markets. These connections ultimately lead to a better quality of life for all. This also means that we need to promote and invest in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure and systems that enhance community preparedness and resilience. These include investing in sustainable infrastructure such as seawalls, water management systems, and cyclone-proof housing, enhancing early warning systems and disaster response protocols, and empowering local leadership to lead emergency response initiatives. Building resilient rural and maritime communities is not the responsibility of these communities alone. It requires international cooperation, financial support, and knowledge sharing. Governments, development agencies, and the private sector must come together to provide the necessary resources and expertise. Furthermore, we must look to international frameworks such as the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Sustainable Development Goals for guidance on how to structure our resilience building efforts. These frameworks remind us that we are working toward global goals and that by supporting vulnerable communities, we are contributing to a more sustainable, equitable world for all. And as we move forward in our discussions today, let us remember that resilient rural and maritime communities are not just a possibility, they are a necessity. The time for action is now. By working together, fostering innovation, respecting traditional knowledge, and embracing collaboration, we can ensure that these communities thrive. We owe it to future generations to build a world where rural and maritime regions are not on the fringes of development, but at the heart of global progress. Vinaka, terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakyasi Ditoka, Minister for Rural Maritime Development and Disaster Management, Republic of Fiji. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are pleased to invite the head of the Industrial Services Standardization and Policy Authority, BSKJI, Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver his speech with the title Disaster Industrialization for Resilience Future. Mr. Andi Rizaldi, please join us to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. May prosperity be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya. His Excellency Sakyasi Ditoka, Minister from Fiji, distinguished guests, representative from Australia government, USAID, Uni Europa, ASEAN Secretary, and Mr. Yan, representative from Informa, and distinguished guests, official from ministries and institutions, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome you today as we address one of the most critical issues facing our nation, enhancing our capabilities for disaster prevention and response. The Ministry of Industry is dedicated to continuously improving the role of domestic industries in supporting Indonesia's disaster management efforts. Indonesia's pharmaceutical and medical device sectors have been remarkably growth. Our country is home to 233 pharmaceutical industries and 4 national phytopharmaceutical industries distribute across Sumatra, Sulawesi, and Java Island. The Indonesian Medical Devices Manufacturing Association, or we call ASPAKI, is comprised over 200 members who demonstrate remarkable manufacturing capabilities. This member produced a total of 172 products with 25% to 40% local content, or we call TKDN, and 621 products with more than 40% TKDN or local content. For instance, Indonesia's national production capacity for mass reached an impressive more than 8 billion pieces per year, a figure that far exceeds domestic demand. This high level of production capacity is similarly observed in medical gloves and syringes. This achievement highlights the advanced and increasingly integrated nature of Indonesia's manufacturing infrastructure, illustrating our growing ability to meet both current and future needs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a nation frequently affected by natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, and tsunamis, Indonesia has developed significant expertise in managing this crisis. Our domestic industries have been at the forefront of creating innovative technologies to support disaster management. Rural Multipurpose Mechanical Tools, or we call AMDES, is designed to enhance productivity and public health, particularly in rural areas. This versatile tool is crucial in disaster management, especially in remote and challenging locations. Equipped with a water purification system, AMDES has been vital in providing clean water to disaster victims, as demonstrated during the Palu earthquake. Additionally, AMDES function as a drinking water refill station, thereby supporting local economies. The second is DOMUS. DOMUS is developed by PT Tata Logam Lestari, and DOMUS offer in instant permanent housing solution that can be assembled within 5 days. This rapid construction capability makes DOMUS an ideal choice for providing immediate shelter during emergencies. It has been effectively deployed in response to disaster in Musamba and North Konawe, delivering crucial housing support. Third, unmanned aerial vehicles, or we call drone. Drones have become essential tools in disaster management globally, and Indonesia is no exception. Their ability to access difficult terrains and collect real-time data proves invaluable at various stages of disaster response. When utilized effectively, drone can significantly enhance response efficiency, expedite recovery effort, and reduce disaster-related losses. Moving forward, it is essential to continue advancing the use of technology and innovation in disaster management across Indonesia. By strategically leveraging these tools, we can significantly enhance our disaster resilience, save lives, and mitigate the impact of natural disaster. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the role of industrialization in disaster resilience can be understood through two critical phases. One is pre-disaster preparedness and mitigation. This phase focuses on proactive measures, including the use of drone for mapping emergency routes and establishing telecommunication network in area where signal may be disrupted during a disaster. Additionally, virtual reality or VR technology plays a vital role in educating school children, the general public, and training emergency response, thereby enhancing overall preparedness. The second, post-disaster response and recovery. In the aftermath of disaster, industry support become crucial. Solutions such as DOMUS instant housing and versatile AMDES vehicle, which I have highlighted earlier, provide essential aid during recovery, offering immediate shelter and practical support to affected communities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our journey to comprehensively understand and address national disaster is ongoing. While we have made significant progress, there remains much work to be done. Natural disasters are an unavoidable reality, but this does not mean we cannot take proactive steps to prepare and mitigate their effects. Let us seize this moment as a pivotal opportunity to unite in our effort to build disaster resilient nations. We must continue to advance technology and innovation, strengthen our mitigation strategies, and accelerate our disaster response capabilities. Stay vigilant and prepare to confront any potential disaster. Remember, together we have strength and capability to build a disaster resilient in our country. Thank you very much. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Andi Rizaldi. And now, for our final keynote speech, we are honored to have Dr. Nelly Florida Riyama, Deputy for Geophysics of the Indonesian Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Authority, BMKG, to deliver her speech with the title, Advancing Early Warning Systems to Promote Sustainable Resilience. Dr. Nelly Florida Riyama, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu semua. Yang terhormat Bapak Sakiasi Ditoka, Menteri Pembangunan Pedesaan dan Kelautan dan Penanggulangan Bencana Republik Fiji, Bapak Eric Yap, Commissioner Singapore Civil Defense Force, Bapak Marco Toscano Rivalta, Pimpinan Kantor PBB untuk Pengurangan Risiko Bencana Regional Asia Pasifik, kemudian ada Pak Raditya Jati, kemudian Bapak Andi Rizaldi, Kepala Badan Standarisasi dan Kebijakan Jasa Industri, kemudian Ibu Lia Indriasari, kemudian sahabat saya Bapak Laksamana Muda Eko Suyatno dari Deputi Ops Basarnas, dan tentunya seluruh Bapak Ibu yang hadir di sini. Perkenankan saya di sini mewakili Ibu Kepala BMKG, Profesor Dwi Korita Karnawati, yang sedang dalam perjalanan dari Jenewa ke Jakarta. Beliau menyampaikan permintaan maaf tidak bisa hadir pada hari ini. Saya akan membawakan presentasi terkait Advancing Early Warning System to Promote Sustainable Resilience. I think I can use it. I think we need to learn from the 2 decades post-tsunami Aceh that give us at least 4 lesson learned. First is the importance of systematic observation and standard measurement for early warning, and then innovation in science for non-seismic tsunami, and the critical role of data exchange between countries and institutions. And we also know even with advances in science and technology, community preparedness for early action is essential to save lives. And we maybe you already know how the UN Secretary General mentioned that every person on Earth to be protected with the early warning system by 2027. It's just 3 years from now, and this is the concept of early warning system. So for the first lesson learned, before the 2004 tsunami, Indonesia faced significant gaps that tsunami risk was considered low with limited seismic observation and real-time sea level monitoring, and there was no tsunami warning system at that time, and communities were largely unaware and are prepared. And as a result, the tools and measurement that existed were not integrated into a systematic early warning network, and this failure contributed to almost 230,000 deaths and a significant economic loss. And then we had the 2018 Palu disaster. That from that disaster, we have a lesson learned that the need for innovation in tsunami detection, because the earthquake that triggered at that time was from the submarine landslide caused near field tsunami that hit in 2 to 3 minutes. So this even demonstrated that it is not enough to rely solely on sophisticated seismic monitoring system. Communities in tsunami prone area must be educated and empowered to self-evacuate when needed. And then from the Sunda Strait tsunami, it is not caused by the submarine or seismic or tectonic, but it's caused by volcanic activity leading to a submarine landslide. Provided another valuable lesson that data on volcanic activity must be included in our tsunami warning system. The other thing that we also realize that a significant gap still exists between technology advancements and user capacity. Technology innovation, including observation, modeling, and data sharing, are essential. But without community understanding, awareness, and preparedness, their effectiveness is limited. We must involve multiple stakeholders, including the private sectors, to bridge the gap and ensure sustainability in tsunami preparedness effort. So, in national level, right now Indonesia is strengthening our tsunami early warning system. So by 2024, 533 seismograph sensors will be in place, and the warning technology will be more reliable, timely, and accurate. And we also develop our comprehensive tsunami modeling database called TOS, and this system enables us to simulate various tsunami scenarios, improving our ability to predict and prepare for potential threats. Another tools that can be used for this improve our warning system is how we collaborate with the local governments to identifying areas with high tsunami hazard potential. Through these field assessment and mapping activities, we have been able to generate detailed tsunami hazard maps for vulnerable regions. And we also have an action plan for non-tectonic tsunami that include not just technical but also non-technical measurements, because we need to promote the local wisdom for self-evacuation and strengthening the tsunami ready program. And we also established our national consortium on earthquake and tsunami expert to coordinate effort across institutions, because we cannot work solely. So this consortium ensures that a synergy of monitoring, processing, and analysis of earthquake and tsunami data to create an integrated and sustainable early warning system. Another activities also have been established is the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready program, right now in 10 communities, working to comply with the 12 indicators of the Tsunami Ready program. This effort involves advocacy, community training, and the development of emergency response team. For example, this is the Tanjung Benoa Regency. And this community collaborate with BNPB, BPPD, UNDP, and Red Cross Indonesia to enhance tsunami preparedness. These partnerships have resulted in the development of tsunami hazard map, installation of evacuation signs, and establishment of vertical evacuation rules. Schools and hotels have also been actively involved in this training and preparedness activities to ensure the comprehensive approach to disaster response. Indonesia also are in the preparation and develop and propose this international standard in this in this regard is the ISO 227 for landslide early warning system, and also ISO 223283 for community-based tsunami early warning system. Why we need to have this ISO? Because we need to accelerate the development of reliable early warning mechanism. With these standards, we do hope we can enhance public-private partnership and also supporting the effectiveness of early warning system for multi-hazard scenario. As to conclude this speech, a holistic approach to early warning system, one that combines systematic observation, scientific innovation, data sharing, and community preparedness, is crucial for building resilient societies. Our systems must continue to evolve alongside scientific advancement to effectively mitigate the impact of disaster like tsunamis. Early warning system not only help manage immediate risks, but also contribute to long-term sustainability and resilience in vulnerable regions. So, ladies and gentlemen, the journey to resilience is long, but it is one we must undertake together. As we advance our early warning system, let us remember that true resilience is not just about surviving the next disaster, it is about thriving in the face of uncertainty. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nelly. Please remain on stage. Mohon untuk tetap berada di atas panggung, Ibu, for the next agenda. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to invite Mr. Eric Yap, Mr. Andi Rizaldi to join us to the stage for a token of appreciation.
And also we would like to invite Dr. Raditya Jati, SSE, MSE, Deputy for Systems and Strategy of BNPB, to be kindly giving the token of appreciation and souvenirs.
The first one for Mr. Eric Yap.
Boleh tepuk tangannya Bapak Ibu. Please give another big round of applause. And also thank you to Mr. Eric Yap for the keynote speech.
Thank you very much. The next token of appreciation presented to Dr. Nelly Florida. And the next one, the token of appreciation for Mr. Andi Rizaldi. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
And now please gather together for a photo session. To the camera. 3, 2, 1. Another one. 3, 2, 1. Boleh tepuk tangannya sekali lagi Bapak Ibu. Please give another round of applause. And thank you again for all the speakers.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return back to your seats. Excellencies, distinguished guests, honored speakers, and participants. As we conclude the opening ceremony of these impactful events, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for your attendance and participation.
And before we close this opening ceremony, we would like to extend a special thanks to our hosts, sponsors, and organizers whose tireless efforts have made this possible. With that, we officially close this opening ceremony, but we also have a VIP tour after this. But again, ladies and gentlemen, please stay throughout the day here, since we have series of meetings, conference, and also our expo.
Once again, with that, we officially close the opening ceremony. Have a wonderful day ahead, and we look forward to seeing you throughout the event.
I'm Tommy Chokro.
And I'm Gisela Tessa.
Thank you again.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to remind that we still have another series of event after this. So please stay at the area because we will begin the next session in a minute. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sekali lagi kami masih memiliki beberapa event, seminar dan juga presentasi setelah ini, maka dari itu dipersilahkan untuk tetap berada di area acara, karena kita akan memulai sesaat lagi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to kindly invite all the guests to get in the area of the event because we will begin the event shortly. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sesaat lagi kita akan memulai sesi selanjutnya. Maka dari itu bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan untuk kembali ke area event karena kita akan memulai event sesaat lagi. Terima kasih. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sekali lagi bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang ada di area event, dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang belum menempati tempat duduk bisa menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Kita akan memulai sesi sesaat lagi. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berdiri di dalam ruangan ini atau yang masih ingin masuk ke ruangan, boleh segera menempati tempat duduk yang akan disediakan. Kita akan memulai event sesaat lagi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the important session on addressing climate change, disaster resilience, and sustainable development. Boleh berikan tepuk tangannya dong untuk semangat kita pada siang hari ini. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu telah stay, dan terima kasih Bapak Ibu yang baru hadir juga di acara hari ini. My name is Gisela Tessa and I will be the host for today's event. We are thrilled to have some of the most distinguished voices in this field joining us. And for the first session, I would like to invite Ms. Andita Virseli Utami, founder and CEO of Afutami Think Policy. Ms. Utami will be presenting on implementing global commitments at the village level, voice from the community. Please join me on stage and please give a round of applause for Ms. Utami.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to those of you who were here this morning and left for a little bit. Thank you for joining this session. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Afutami. So Afutami is not the name of the organization, it's my name. And I'm representing Think Policy, which is an organization focusing on improving the public policy ecosystem in Indonesia. We are a community-driven social enterprise that was established in 2019 and has been in the past 5 years organizing a number of community-driven activities that are meant to improve, again, public policy. If we can show the slides on my back. I don't think the slides are up yet. Oh ya. Tadi belum di atas. Kalau di sini udah. Okay. Yeah. So at Think Policy, we have what we call as intergenerational vision, the future that we want for Indonesia. The Indonesian government has been talking a lot about the 2050 Golden Indonesia target, but for us, it should mean that Indonesia in the future should be climate resilient, and that includes climate disaster resilience, one that is digitally enabled and socially equitable. So these are three of the main areas that our organization has been focusing on. And the event today in particular, talking about resilience and more specifically, sustainability in a forward-looking manner is very particularly related to our first pillar, which is building a climate resilient Indonesia. But in order to get there, where we would like to focus are these three main areas. We think that the underlying challenge of public policy ecosystem in Indonesia consists of the people, the process, and the solutions. So we know, I think many of the stakeholders coming into this event today are coming from a public policy background, but as much as we do more research and more technological advancements, we think, I think policy that the underlying ecosystem of policymaking needs to be upgraded first. And we have at least 3 different challenges. So we think that first, when we talk about resilience, it's about how the people across government institutions, across sectors as well, across generations, need to be aware of risk in the future so that we can prepare how to become resilient. So we think that right now, Indonesia in particular has a challenge of human capital that tend to be doing business as usual, doing things in business as usual fashion, that is preventing us from investing in the right resilience type of commitments. And I think policy, what we would like to push for is a new mindset that is more risk aware and therefore can prioritize investment in resilience as we move forward. The second challenge on why Indonesia also has not been or could be more resilient is related to how we do our process in policy making. So right now, or before, as everyone is familiar with, the policymaking process has been very siloed. It's typically, there is typically a really high barrier for participation for communities, for a bottom-up process. And we think that this needs to be reformed through a more empathy-driven approach where cross-sectoral and participation is at the core of the policymaking process. And then finally, when it comes to disaster resilience, another critical factor also is how we use the knowledge or solutions that we have. We need to move, given the intersectional nature of many of our issues in the 21st century, the specialist approach where experts that are very sectoral and working on their own needs to change into what we call an interdisciplinary or T-shaped solutions, where we engage the generalist in the room to be involved in a public policy making process, as well as the specialists, the experts in the technology that we heard from earlier from this morning, for example, to allow for more effective solutions. So these 3 things are it seem very basic, but they're at the same time very fundamental in making sure that Indonesia's and the global, I guess, as well, the resilience can leap forward, can take a leapfrog as we deal with the climate change challenges. So I think policy, we do 4 things across the people process solutions. First, we have our academy. These are our human capital trainings. This is where we engage our communities across Indonesia to, again, improve and become well-rounded leaders that are more aware of climate change challenges, resilient challenges, and so on and so forth. We also have forum, insights, and advisory, which are the direct research and consultation. So I was supposed to represent the community approach in implementing or bringing resilience implementation. These are where our Think Policy community members are located across 34 provinces. And they are mostly basically young professionals. So they either work in their local governments or civil society members, civil society organizations at the local level, working on various issues, focusing on the 3 pillars that I mentioned at the beginning. So the way that we do, firstly, academy. So maybe I'd like to talk a little bit about each of what we do. So the first one is our academy, which essentially, again, is a training that is meant to create or promote more well-rounded leaders that are resilient, that are aware of climate challenges, and are skilled and equipped with the right knowledge and skill sets to do what they need to do. So we have a number of boot camps, workshops, as well as an online learning platform where policy leaders can learn about climate change, as well as decision-making process, for example, and so on and so forth, as well as our digital material in the form of handbook. One of the things that we'd like to highlight in our academy products, so yeah, these are a number of examples, but I'd like to talk a bit about our recent partnership with BNPB as well as the Australian government under the Siap Siaga program. So this is under the Siap Siaga program, we are implementing what we call as Garda Siaga Policy Bootcamp, which is a workshop, a policy workshop for the internal champions across institutions at the national level across 3 cities. So the goal of this training or of this bootcamp is first to create a community of practice that are aware of again, disaster resilience and have the skill set, have a space to kind of share and work together to build a community together as they're implementing resilience programs. And as you can see on the slide, we are targeting of building specifically like a tight knit community of 27 people, consisting of 5 people from the national level, from the list of ministries that you can see up there, as well as representation of the International Federation Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, as well as Palang Merah Indonesia. And then we also have 5 representatives and 4 province areas from either BPBD, the regional disaster agency, as well as the Bapeda, as well as other local think tanks or CSOs. Other than trainings, which is critical in building resilience, we think that what needs to also happen is how ideas should be bridged. For too long, I think policy dialogues have been implemented or conducted without the necessary ingredient, that is empathy. So we think that we need different kind of forums, different kind of discussions that actually either bridge perspectives or allow for cross-pollination as well as more effective solutioning. So through a number, in the past 4 to 5 years, we've implemented a number of forums already, engaging thousands of participants, as you can see on the slide. And the idea here is, again, to get people to talk about climate resilience, to talk about sometimes also digital transition, in our case, differently. In addition, we also do public education on climate resilience issues through our online platform. So we have quite a social media presence as well through our basically Instagram, YouTube, as well as our online learning platforms, including in the last election, Bijak Memilih and now Bijak Demokrasi. And then finally, we also help governments directly through research and advocacy. We have individual secondments, we have policy research and analysis, regulatory sandbox, which is critical in new issues and quickly evolving issues such as climate resilience, as well as project management office. And we've conducted so far about 15 different projects at different sizes to implement a number of solutions. So what I'd like to highlight here, and perhaps also a call to action to many of you who are coming from different organizations, is how can we better bridge sectors, levels, generations within and without the government system. And I'd like to highlight here in particular generations because I think for too long, especially if we talk about disaster resilience, we actually need to engage, especially when we talk about climate disaster resilience, I guess, we need to definitely engage the young generations that are going to live and live the reality that is climate change. And so that is exactly why we exist, to kind of be that, that organization that can bridge across generations, because we realize that more and more that is needed. So these are just a number of organizations that we've been working with, and I guess like, yeah, and basically, again, going back to my first slide in terms of the people, process, and solutions, I hope that, yeah, I guess I'll stop here. So I think when it comes to implementing resilience or climate resilience solutions at the local level, it is very important that we make sure that the ecosystem of public policy making as well as the implementation are well aligned, are involving everyone, are participatory, and more importantly, driven by evidence and empathy. That is all from Think Policy. I would love to talk more. Hopefully after this we can also discuss in the Q&A session and definitely have further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please remain on stage, Miss. Boleh tetap berada di atas panggung for the certificate and photo session. I would like to invite Bapak Said Faisal from Siap Siaga to give the certificate to Miss Utami from Think Policy. Once again, I would like to invite Bapak Said Faisal from Siap Siaga. Silahkan, Bapak. Please join us to the stage to give a token of appreciation, a certificate for our speaker today. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Utami. Let's take a photo together. I will count in 3, 2, 1. One more in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Miss Andita Utami, for your inspiring talk. And ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, I would like to introduce to our speaker, Professor Dr. Emil Salim, a member of the steering committee at the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Professor Emil will be joining us online to share his insight on the importance of addressing climate change, disaster resilience, and sustainable development as an integrated and interdependent issue. Sekali lagi selamat datang kepada Profesor Dr. Emil Salim from National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Thank you very much, sir, for your attendance today for this event.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are gathering today to establish cooperation together in facing the common problems, among others, the impact of climate change on our respective countries, which share the same character, which are an island economy. It is in this context, allow me first to ask your attention to the need for cooperation among the countries in ASEAN, Australia, Fiji Islands, which share the same problem, the impact of climate change on the sea, which will affect our respective islands. Number one, we are facing the raising of the level of the sea level. It is expected that Indonesian islands, which are around 18,000 so much, quite a few number will be underwater in 20 years to come. So the problem is sea level rise as a consequence of climate change. Fiji Islands, which faces the same problem, and maybe all other island countries. So Agenda 1 is, how can we cooperate together in order to develop technologies, know-how, science, in which we can cope with the challenge number 1, sea level rise, that will affect the existence of our respective island. North coast of Java is sinking. Part of East Indonesia is under attack of the Pacific Ocean, and so on and so forth. How, what can be done in order that we can tame this increased sea level, and that makes it possible that our islands will not sink? What do you do in Australia, in Fiji Islands, in the Asian countries? What do you prepare? What kind of technology are you developing in coping with this challenge? Challenge number 2 is the temperature of the sea is rising. Consequences are that the fish are moving out, looking for a more colder sea. And therefore, Indonesia on the equator are experiencing the exodus of the fish moving to the southern pole through Australia. How to cope with this challenge? If we, as human beings, are facing increase of our situation, hot climate at home, with using air conditioning, how will nature cope with the situation in sea that allow us to save our fish, not to move to a colder area? Is growing seagrass, seaweed on this environment at the sea, what needs to be done in order that the climate, that the temperature of the sea can cope with the attack of the change of the climate? If on the land we are facing with the impact of climate change, the change of the temperature that will affect our drop of rainwater, we have the technology of using the technology in making desalination of seawater into fresh water. Atmospheric water harvesting technology can develop. So there is a technology for human beings to cope with the crisis when the rainfall is declining. We have the technology of manipulating genetics so that in rice, that when the rice needs a climate change face a climate change, we can adjust the seeds of our rice through genetic manipulation to cope with the climate change. Are the same approaches possible for fish, for creatures that live in sea? Do we have to manipulate genetics of fish to face the hotter temperature of our sea? What should be the approach for our fish in the sea? The problem that we in Asia face will also be faced in Australia and Fiji Islands and the other Asian countries. So we share a common problem that the temperature of the sea will increase, affecting our fish. And how can we assist? Do we need to increase seaweed, seagrass, mangroves, and whatever? How can we affect through knowledge and technology to cope with the changing temperature of our sea? These, dear friends, are examples of cooperation needed among our scientists, universities, among countries in Indonesia, Australia, India, Asia, Fiji Islands that face the same problem. Climate change is affecting the globe, is affecting Asia in totality. It does not select country by country. It affects us all. The disaster that we will face are not man-made only, but it is nature change because of man-made. So when we talk about how to cope with the disaster in the future to come, how can we cooperate together? Can we not use as a target of cooperation the effect of the climate change into the probable sea, land, forest, and the life of our societies? And so, dear friends, when we talk about disaster, we need now to widening our view on the concept of disaster, which we know up to now. There will be a new type of disaster coming up. Disaster because of climate change, affecting the sea, affecting the land, affecting the air, affecting the life, not only of human beings, but also of all creatures of nature. If this is the trend of change in the years to come, it is necessary that all of us who are concerned with issues of disaster are looking now with a fresh view ahead that there is a new danger of disaster coming up caused by climate change, affecting sea, affecting the land. And the answer is science, technology, engineering. It is science that is needed now. What science needs to be developed and in order that we can cooperate together, coping with the challenges of the changing temperature of the sea that leads into the exodus of the fish from the equator moving to the South Pole. What science need to be developed in, like the human being creates air conditioning to face the increased hotter climate. But how can we do that the same with the ecosystem of the sea and of the land? The answer is cooperating on the basis of science. So when we talk about disaster, it is not only disaster cooperation facing the issue of disaster as such, but also looking to the cause of disaster, which in the future are changing into a disaster due to the climate change, affecting the ecosystem in the air, the sea, and the land. And that needs an attack by all human beings in the world to meet this challenge of disaster with our ability of knowledge, science, and technology. And so, dear friends, when we are now talking here on how can we cooperate together to meet the challenges of disaster, may I request that this is not a final meeting, but it is the beginning of setting the road of how can we develop together a road map that has at its context how can science, technologies of our countries work together and face the challenges of the rising temperature in the sea, affecting the ecosystem of the sea, fish, and so on? How can we work together in affecting the rising temperature on the land, affecting the ecosystem at the land, and the food production of the animals and the human beings? The disaster causes now are all originating by the change of nature, of the working of the law of nature in the sea and the land because of a changing climate. It is in this context that I hope that this meeting will share a common roadmap to the future, that when we face the 2030, 40, 50, in which it is predicted that the climate will be increased significantly, that we, today, as scientists, as bureaucrats, as politicians, are committed to work together, to cooperate together, to find a scientific solution to meet not the disaster of our respective country only, but the disaster of the globe as well. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please stay on stage for a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Berton Panjaitan from BNPB to give a token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Emil Salim. from the National Research and Innovation Agency, the Steering Committee of BRIN. Can we document this moment? Let's give a round of applause again for Mr. Emil Salim. Thank you very much, sir, for your insights and also for your speech regarding the importance of addressing climate change, disaster resilience, and sustainable development. You may now return back to your seats. Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Emil Salim atas kontribusinya yang luar biasa, atas ilmunya yang telah diberikan kepada kita, dan kita sama-sama mengucapkan terima kasih dan apresiasi yang sebesar-besarnya kepada Profesor Dr. Emil Salim. We wish you a health and good prosperity ahead in the future. Thank you very much. Boleh dong kita kasih apresiasi lagi untuk Profesor Dr. Emil Salim atas kesediaannya untuk mengisi sesi pada acara hari ini. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our featured address session, and we will now have a break for lunch, and we look forward to seeing you again here at 1 p.m. Once again, we will have a break for lunch, and we will be back again here at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and see you on the next session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this session of Addressing Climate Change, Disaster Resilience and Sustainable Development. We will begin this next session shortly. So please, for those of you who are still outside or who are still not seated, please take your seats because we will begin the event shortly. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, selamat siang dan selamat datang kembali. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ataupun yang masih belum menempati tempat duduk, dapat segera menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, karena sesaat lagi kita akan memulai sesi selanjutnya. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the session on addressing climate change, disaster resilience, and sustainable development. Let's give a round of applause for everybody in this ballroom. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying. And next, we are ready now to begin a panel discussion. The discussion will be having a topic, Lessons Learned from the Indian Ocean Tsunami 2004, Reflections and Achievement. Of course, with our distinguished speakers that have been joining us today. But before that, let me introduce us to the moderator of this panel discussion. He is Dr. Raditya Jati. Dr. Raditya Jati has held a senior position in Indonesia's National Disaster Management Authority since 2014 and is currently the Deputy Minister of System and Strategy. His career before BNPB was focused on academic and research work at institutions like Gajah Mada University. Dr. Jati's expertise is internationally recognized with awards from the German Academic Exchange Service and Retsumekan University. He earned his doctorate in environmental science and is a respected author and contributor to publications like Disaster Risk Index of Indonesia. He frequently collaborates with UN agencies, serving as a resource person and chairpersons. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Raditya Jati. Please join me on stage, sir.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you, Gisela. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a very good lunch. Hopefully, if you have lunch. And today we will be very happy because we have a very, very important people who is coming to this Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience. So I would like also to invite the prominent speaker for today, for this session. Let me ask forward Marco, my friend. Please, Marco. The head of the UNDRR Regional Office, Asia Pacific. Second, I would like to invite, I think she's online now, Ms. Ranjini Mukherjee. Thank you, Ranjini, also my friend from CDRI, and then, of course, my old friends, Aslam Parvitz is Deputy Executive Director for the ASEAN Disaster Preparedness Center. Also friends from Brunei, Pak Kolonel Harits, silakan Bapak, bisa bahasa Indonesia. Dan tentu saja ini, siapa yang nggak kenal, yang satu ini, siapa coba? Mr. Said Faisal. Teman, ya, of course, Senior Advisor from Australian Indonesia Partnership for Disaster Risk Reduction, siap siaga. Terima kasih, gentlemen. Yeah, so today, we will be talking about lessons learned from the Indian Ocean Tsunami 2004, reflection and achievement. But first I would like to read a bit on the bio on every prominent speaker for today. First is Mr. Marco, friends, colleagues, thank you again for coming. Chief of the Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Over 25 years have been experienced in international cooperation with the UN and other international organizations. And the field of area of sustainable development, disaster risk management, humanitarian relief, and refugees, IDPs, and also human rights protection. I hope I had it right. Thank you again, Marco. Second, she's online. Can we see her now? Can you put it in the screen? Ms. Ranjini has more than 20 years of experience for field of disaster risk reduction at the national, regional, and the local level in India. She is under the Coalition of 4 Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, or CDRI, and also a UN Resident Coordinator Office in India responsible for coordinating, advancing the system-wide efforts of DRR and resilience and formulation of GOI UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. Thank you. Next is Mr. Aslam. Thank you. I learned DRR actually from Aslam in 2007 or 2009. It was a long time ago. So, yeah, as a Deputy Executive Director for ADPC, experiencing 20 years of experience, so 20 years also in tsunami then. And over 15 countries have been also focusing on economic analysis, sustainable development, and also environmental protection. And Pak Haritz, actually, he's a pilot. I just know, just this afternoon, as a pilot and senior appreciate, but so now we're your passenger, Excellency. So he had a senior position in the Royal Brunei Air Force and the Ministry of Defense during the service of military, and also contracted to become the director of NDMC in 2021. His capacity in director NDMC alongside the Brunei Climate Change Secretariat, Colonel Harris has also lead the implementation operational of the strategy of the climate adaptation resilience, and he is also the focal point for ASEAN SEDM. Of course, beside me, Pak Said. Pak Said is also independent strategic advisor. Are you now? Okay. It depends, independent. Okay. Of course, everybody, he was also in the experience of the Aceh tsunami during the BRR 2004, also as a executive director for the AHA Center for 7 years, and also in the Kepresidenan. Office of Presidents, yeah, okay. So thank you for all gentlemen and ladies, Ibu Ranjini. If we reflect back on 2004, I think everybody had an experience as a wake-up call at that time when the Indian Ocean tsunami hit Indian Ocean, and of course impacted in Aceh mostly. And I think most of you also connected with this relative or also families. So you can imagine how devastating impact of the tsunami itself at that time. If we are now in Jakarta, if we have been talking with Pak Said, this is as from Tanjung Priok until Bundaran HI. If you're from Jakarta, you can imagine how far the tsunami enters from the coastal area from Tanjung Priok to Bundaran HI. And as long as the 600 kilometers, it means like from Jakarta to Surabaya. So you can imagine how long of the coastline have been impacted of the tsunami. It takes 4 years to build back again for Aceh. At that time, only 30 minutes from the earthquake until the tsunami had hit Aceh. And of course, it's more than 127,000 people have been passed away and lost. So with this, we have to see how we can really, the future, and to reflect back on the 20 years of tsunami can be resilience for us globally, regionally, and also nationally and locally. So today is a lesson learned from the Indian Ocean tsunami Aceh. I think I will quote also from Pak Said, we have a lot of lesson learned, but we are lack of learning the lesson. So I think this is one of the things that even though we have a lot of lessons learned, but I think we're a lack of learning the lesson. So I will, every speaker, we will give you 10 minutes. And then after that, there will be some question related on that, and you can also reflect that in every of you for 5 minutes, and then we open the floor if there's any question, and then we will do some quick remarks, and then we'll do the closing. I think maybe somebody can help me with the time management. Sometimes if I hold the mic, I cannot manage my time. So, yeah, I will start to Marco. Marco, please, you have 10 minutes, and please share with us your lesson learned from your side. Thank you, please.
First of all, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being with us today. I would really like to start by thanking Dr. Yati for the very warm and friendly introduction, and certainly the government of Indonesia as well as ASEAN for these important discussions today. And it's always lovely and inspiring to be with such groups, such fellow panelists today. So they bring a lot of experience. So thank you for creating this opportunity. I think that one thing that I want to really emphasize is that this region has been really leading the pathway toward disaster risk reductions and resilience, and has done that really steadily. And this is clearly represented by ASEAN and its member countries, individually taken and collectively taken. And this is a capital that has been built that I really want to emphasize, because it has very positive repercussions beyond this region in and of itself. It goes into the Asia-Pacific region, and it goes in the world. So I would really like to express the United Nations appreciation for this very strong and steady show of leadership. As it has been hinted today already in these amazing presentations that you had the opportunity to hear this morning, and as you all very well know, the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004 has been a major game changer. This has been certainly for the family, the friends of those who lost their lives, and to those I really pay my heartful and felt thoughts. These are things that remain throughout the life. But that has also been for the communities, for the countries that has been affected, and this has gone literally worldwide. In a way, it's kind of difficult to capture all the dimensions that this immense tragedy has brought. But as it happens in many tragedies, there is an amazing goodwill movement that starts. And today, I think it was Commissioner Yap that was speaking about building and developing the hardware. This is, I think, what has happened also at the time of the Indian Ocean tsunami. And this goodwill movement materialized itself certainly in the scale of the humanitarian operation. And it has brought many changes in the humanitarian operation, has brought a different way of collaboration between civil and military forces and civil society. So an impressive change for the better. But also it has generated two important policy instruments. One could say, Marco, is policy really important? Well, in a way it is, because it's where we can guide action. And one was the Hyogo framework for action, which was adopted literally right after the Indian Ocean tsunami. And then most fundamentally, the ADMER, this amazing agreement that ASEAN has adopted, I think was in July 2005, that is very clear on the importance of resilience, disaster risk reductions, early warning, and so forth. So that has been already quite an important change, because I think that for the first time, even doing kind of a Google search, you could see how the word resilience really came to the fore in ways that was never before. Engineers, they were speaking about resilience, but it really became like a public concept with the Indian Ocean tsunami. And then, of course, this has become more and more the case because of the increase in frequency and impact of disasters. As we have heard, climate change is helping that increase, but also we have seen with the pandemic other type of hazards. And that is why we have also seen how many other economic and social factors that have been impacting on people's exposure, vulnerability, that are really driving disaster risk. So it's not just a question of hazards, it's really a combination of other socio-economic factors that determine the resilience or not of a community, of an individual, of a nation, or a community of nations. And of course, the works for resilience really never stops. Is a very, how can I say, is a very dynamic concept. It's not static. And that's why we really need to be on our toes, if I can put it in this way, to really always understand what is that we need to do for the people that we are trying to serve, whereas we are in government, in international organizations, in civil society, in the private sector. We all have a big role to play in that, in that sense. So these are some of the big changes that I can see there, and that is why the importance of the concept of sustainable resilience that the President of Indonesia put forward at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction that was kindly hosted by the government in 2022, at the time of the COVID pandemic. So you could really see that we were not just speaking about natural hazard, but there were a whole host of different hazards that needed to be managed at the same time. So this question of sustainable resilience is really core to what we need to do today. And I would like to stress that that value is really in terms of being adaptive as well. There are probably three elements, so let me share three thoughts that I have in terms of trying to unpack and explain what has been the progress since 2004, but at the same time also what are the ingredients of making resilient really sustainable and sustained over time. One important thing is inclusive governance. There was an interesting report that came up a few years ago from the IPCC, the National Panels on Climate Change, pointing to the fact that bad governance is a risk driver. So why that is important? Because when we translate into our work and action, that basically means that we need to look at the mechanisms, as was also mentioned today, that brings together institutions, communities, the private sector, civil society organizations, the leadership of women organizations, persons with disabilities. And this is not to pay token, but simply because the challenges are becoming so complex that until and unless we have all hands on deck, it's really hard to manage the complexity that the risk-scape is really putting forward. One could even argue that unless and until governance and disaster risk reductions are inclusive, we cannot really say that we are really doing effective disaster risk reduction. We are trying, but not there yet. So inclusion is really a fundamental ingredient. And that is also what helps different institutions coming together, different sectors, is not just the shoulders of the disaster management agencies. It's really a whole of government approach there. And it's not just the executive, it's also the judiciary has a big role to play, it's parliaments. And then let alone, of course, the role of the local governments, which I'm sure we will hear more today. The second element that I want to stress is the question of financing. There is a lot of attention that is going into contingency financing, and that is vital and important because disaster risk and disasters keeps increasing. According to some studies we have done, although in Sendai, when we agreed to the Sendai framework in 2015, we agreed to reduce disaster risk and losses, projections are for an increase by 40% by 2030. So we really need to change the way we are investing. And here we have two formulas. One is the public sector and the importance for the public sector to make allocation for an investment in disaster risk reductions and prevention, but also on the side of the private sector to invest beyond business continuity and really investing in the resilience and the sustained resilience of the supply chain. The last element that I want to touch upon, the third one, would be localization. And that is vital on many aspects, most fundamentally because there's also climate change is telling us variability in change is becoming increasingly localized. So we really need to have a better understanding, including through data, using science and technology, but also the local indigenous knowledge to really bring these two together and to have a better understanding of what is happening at the local level, what is the impact, and therefore what are the measures that we need to look into. I'm saying all this because nowadays we kind of give it for granted, but in reality, 20 years ago, the discourse was not so ample in that sense. And I want to conclude by signaling one good example that has taken place since 2004. And that is the success story of the early warning systems for tsunami. There has been, what we have today did not exist 20 years ago. And the reason why I want to put emphasis on that is because despite all challenges, despite the complexity of that, in reality, when the goodwill and the hardware come together, change is actually possible. And that is an amazing capital that we have that we need to keep leveraging. And that is really at the core of the United Nations Secretary General initiatives on the early warning for all. Because early warnings not only save lives, so they have a humanitarian value, but they have a fundamental economic and social value. It's really at the core of the thriving of our resilience and societies. And I was mentioning earlier today, the backbone of all this is really the volunteers. I keep going back to that because whether it's the professional responders or community responders, the bearing that these humans have on their shoulders is really amazing. And the resilience of our community, it really starts from the amazing work that the volunteers are doing in these countries, in this region, and beyond. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marco. So give an applause. Thank you very much. So next I would like to ask Ranjini, please. Thank you for joining us through virtual, and we're very happy that you can join with us from Jakarta. So please, you can put some remarks in 10 minutes. Can we hear you? Test the sound. Just a moment. I think we need more louder. Increase the sound. Panitia boleh dikerasin dikit, agak kurang. Oke. Bisa. Udah paling keras ya. Yes, we can hear now. Okay, please Ranjini, thank you.
countries on, particularly on DRI. We are producing flagship research product, a biennial report. The first one was launched in 2023, and we are planning towards launching the second report in 2025, which actually provides a solid, compelling economic, political, and social imperative to invest on infrastructure resilience, and also provide a strong narrative on how by investing on infrastructure resilience, we accrue several benefits, which we call as resilience dividend. Now, but at the same time, if I look at where are we in terms of building resilience of infrastructure, it is very clear that the climate uncertainties demands newer infrastructure development of approaches, and with a shared understanding of the infrastructure risks and resilience across geographies and institutions. So we need data, we need technology, we need knowledge transfer, and we also need to build our capacity for risk-informed decision making. But at the same time, globally, we see most of the infrastructure that we need till the year 2050 is yet to be built. So there is a huge opportunity. There is an opportunity to invest on infrastructure resilience, which will actually help us in reducing the losses and damages, avoid service disruption, and better social and economic indicators. But if you see, and also if we invest on building resilient of infrastructure, and if our future infrastructure assets are resilient, it will definitely help us to reduce a considerable portion of the new investment on repair reconstruction of the existing infrastructure. It's normally the case. We are losing our infrastructure assets, our finances allocated for other development schemes and programs are often getting diverted for recovery and reconstruction of the damages that are happening due to the disaster. Here, I will take a minute to talk about the GIRI data platform, which is the first ever fully probabilistic risk model produced by CDRI, which looks at 8 different infrastructure sectors and 6 different hazards, and help countries to understand the kind of risk that is embedded in their infrastructure system, and then provide a financial metrics to it. So it provides country-wise average annual loss figures, which actually help countries to understand the kind of losses the country will experience if hit by different disasters, and these losses across the various sectors. It's a global tool. It may not be very granular when it comes to country level information, but with respect to advocacy and to build a strong narrative for investing on resilience, it is a solid piece of data platform. At the same time, it is also publicly available. So it is accessible to all the countries and all the nations, disaster-prone nations across the world. Now, moving on to the third part of my intervention, where we talk about what are the probable actions which we can focus upon to build the resilience of infrastructure, because there is no one-size-fit approach to solve all the issues related to infrastructure resilience. However, there are several pathways to unlock the opportunities that exist to strengthen resilient infrastructure. And maybe I would like to highlight 7 points here in that regard. The first is to understand the risk. So basically to invest in mapping the infrastructure assets, conduct a comprehensive infrastructure risk assessment covering past hazards and future risk scenarios, and develop risk metrics for informing infrastructure planning, design, monitoring, and maintenance. Because it's very clear that past is no more a guide for the future. So we need to look at the historical data, risk data, but we also need to do probabilistic modeling to understand what the future holds for us. And on the basis of that, we need to do our infrastructure planning and designing. The second is the post-disaster damage and loss assessments. Many countries currently struggle to a robust post-disaster damage and loss assessments, and probably it's extremely important to build that capacity. So on the basis of their understanding of the damage and losses, the countries are able to come out with more resilient recovery measures, so that the future assets the assets which are built during the reconstruction phase are resilient and also inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. The Third is about the finances, the questions that we keep on hearing from our member countries and all other stakeholders is where will the finance come from? So to mobilize philanthropic and private sector funding, the funding is available with the private sector. We need to build this narrative very strong around the return of investment. If we can build that narrative strong, we can actually tap the resources that are available with the private sector. And also we need to work closely with the financial instruments so that the countries which have financial restrictions due to debt are able to are provided with other innovative solutions for funding their infrastructure resilience projects. The other learning which emerged is also about the small projects often struggle to attract private investment due to their scale. So how do we build the capacities of the countries to build up a pipeline of projects through which the risk is shared and reduced and make them more appealing to the investors? The fifth point that I would like to highlight is also about the robust regulatory frameworks to revise and improve codes, regulations, and standards. In the last 20 years, a lot of work has happened in this space across the countries, but there is a lot more to do. And so we not only need to change the codes and the standards and the regulations, we also need to focus upon building the capacities of the people who are responsible for implementing these codes and standards on ground at the infrastructure level, at the policy level, and at the planning level. Finally, the technology. The advancement, there is a huge advancement of technology in the last 20 years, be it AI, be it big data in terms of satellite imageries, and these being used in the field of transforming disaster risk assessment and response. How this can be also used by the infrastructure operator is something we need to look at, because by using technology, the infrastructure operators can manage their risks and improve their ability to minimize the service disruption and recover faster. And the last point, that's the seventh point I would like to make, is also how to strengthen the engagement of the community when we talk about infrastructure planning, designing, construction, operation, and maintenance. At CDRI, we have been strongly advocated for nature-based infrastructure solutions. Communities have a very strong role to play in this area. What we have seen in the last 20 years, there have been significant efforts towards nature-based solutions, but the challenge is how to maintain this, how to finance such solutions, and how to maintain those solutions. And here communities play a very important role. So these are the 7 reflections which emerges from the work that we have been doing in different countries, and also through the deep research that we have done in the last 3 years in the space of infrastructure resilience. Maybe I will stop here and look forward to any comments that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjini. You have touched everything comprehensively. And I think we can go for the next speaker. Aslam, please. Time is yours. Okay, you can stand up there. Thank you.
Can you put up my slides, please? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. After a long time, I'm actually using slides in a panel discussion. But the reason, one is that it was a lunch, and I really wanted to show that I don't fumble. But more importantly, I am sure all of you here actually are waiting to hear Pa Said Faisal. And it was after a long time I got the opportunity to speak before him. Because once Pa Said Faisal, particularly onto this discourse of disaster and climate speaks, frankly speaking, there is not much to add to it. I really owe a lot to him. Those Myanmar days to until today, we really have seen one of the what we call finest Indonesian that I have always seen in that. Nonetheless, with Pa Raditya Jati, I always feel safe whether in his room, in the BNPB office, or anywhere in the world. For me, today also is very important because since the beginning of the concept of sustainable resilience and of course in 2022, I have been an admirer and also a volunteer in this case, both in my work, in my organization, but outside also. I try to learn this thing, and today what I'm going to present to you is the reflection that, you know, what in 2004 the Indonesian government would have offered sustainable resilience. But let's quickly go back. Perhaps all of us in the room must have been born after before 2004. If we just close our eyes of that particular night or the very early morning, if you just close your eyes and just try to feel where you were, whether in Italy, whether in Brunei, whether in Southeast Asia or South Asia, everything changed on that day. The earth heaved, the sea rose, and the world changed. And it really changed forever. What happened, and a lot of the people have already spoken, it is also true that Asia has seen this kind of event before, but just imagine more than 220,000 people, 14 countries, and luckily after that, and with this help of this global framework of Hyogo and later on Sendai, I have this opportunity to at least work and rework at almost 10 countries out of these 14. But what I mentioned, that it was not only the tsunami of that day that we actually want to really remember in terms of the catastrophe. Imagine the same cyclone in Bangladesh way back in 1970 when I was born. Almost 300,000 people just got killed. The earthquake in Hebei in China also had a similar. But never in the living memory of our life or in the blink of eye, we just saw in the tsunami, we lost so much so soon. Just imagine that in our normal life, we go out to work and we come back home and we see that our dear ones are no more. And this is exactly what happened in the early morning. People were just started their livelihood. At that time in 2005 and 6, I was working particularly together with our colleague in Aceh, and some of the documentation we did. This is about Ibrahim Rahmat. When he came back home, he just found out that the entire village, the people have just disappeared. But this is not new. You remember, or you must have read the Krakatoa event, also much before that, 1883, has reminded that, you know, this kind of thing actually has a high casualty. But as a human being, we generally do not remember things for long. And this is exactly how in 2004, on 26th of December night, a lot of things for a lot of people have changed. But back here 20 years later, and in between those 20 years of the Hyogo Framework of Action, the game-changing year of 2015, we really had these three very remarkable global framework. The Indonesian government offers you the concept of sustainable resilience for sustainable development. And thanks to Pak Jokowi and of course the entire Indonesian government, may God give him longer years, because the vision, the thing that he brought in front of the global audience in 2022 is remarkable. As you see that in the framework of the sustainable resilience, these 5 different pillars, what is important here is that in the middle of the circle, it is the people. And this is exactly where we talk that while the resilience is local, it must be talked globally. And this is how I think we shape the Global Forum for Sustainable Development. But for today, what I really want to reflect on my experience that how this global framework for sustainable resilience and all the other initiatives really has a differential impact on the people. And the people consist, and particularly those who are very, very vulnerable. Here are some reflections. First of all, you remember of those days that, being orphaned, and particularly in an accident or in a disaster is not easy thing, because you just lose the entire generation. And this is exactly what happened 20 years ago. Women, as all studies and every our experience shows that the disaster affect the women the most, particularly the women-headed household. The vulnerability has never been lower than ever. Any new type of disaster the women affects, it affects women much, much higher than anybody else. Then comes the aged people. Older persons are more vulnerable as compared to the other population groups. So these are the three important category of the people that the sustainable the global resilience, sustainable resilience would like to touch base. So just on the fifth pillar, and I got this opportunity, and thanks to Paraditya, to ask me to speak about the fifth pillar. What we really mean by putting people first and no one leave behind. We want to be safer. That is why we call disaster resilient. We also want to be at peace, unifying. In disasters and conflict areas, my colleagues from Myanmar, my colleagues in other parts of the world would know better that how disaster and conflict, and of course, we have example in Aceh. But I think this putting people first and no one leaving behind actually helps us bringing peace and unifying. We want to be greener. We want to develop greener. This is exactly how this offers you. We want to be respectfully diverse, not only diverse. We want to respect to each beliefs, each way of thinking, and want to live happily. We also want to be restrictive of livelihoods, because ultimately this is where our strength counts. We want to reduce poverty. We want to reduce the social vulnerability. We also want to the retrospective of children. Particularly, we want our resilience in such a way that it is a child-friendly initiative. We also would like to have life-enhancing mechanism. But we must recognize that disaster are not only tsunamis. It's not only the mega ones that actually happens. Over the last 20 years, if you look at the studies, what you are seeing is the escalating risk and the uncertainties. And now with the climate change impacting us so much, it is very important for us to be also not forget those small disaster which is happening much more frequently than once in a lifetime or in a larger interval of disaster. I tell you one thing very personally, that these days, whenever I attend the meeting for the last 4 years, Marco, particularly after the pandemic, slowly in our meeting, we keep forgetting disaster risk reduction or even the reference of SFDRR. And I feel very pain about it, because sitting in Sendai with all of you almost about 6-7 days at nights and days, we fought for a framework that we wanted to implement. The reason, because currently climate risk is the top, but we must not forget, and our fraternity must not forget, the disaster risk reduction. We must do more in innovation and in collaboration. Another thing, and particularly after the pandemic, we also learned that let's not forget the hazards that we generally do not take into account. So we must focus on all hazards. That means leave nothing behind. If you look at the current UNDRR and ISC document, I think an average about 83 type of hazards are available. And in our Sendai framework monitor, we have very carefully given opportunities to the countries to list what are the other hazards that they want to focus. And last, and as you mentioned, Marco, that the early warning system for all, the early warning for all, it requires a lot of preparedness, it requires a lot of projection systems, and we have improved for sure. I think just my last slide, just as a commitment and coming out, and this is just the last slide, that what we can do, because that is important. My feeling is that we must support risk reduction in all threatened communities. And again, I would reiterate, we have another couple of years left. We must support implementation of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction to advance in achieving sustainable resilience. We must also go to Aceh more often, go to Tamil Nadu in India more often, learn how people cope with disaster risk of unimaginable proportion. And finally, to end with this one, I think it is important not only to talk, but do volunteerism, contribute your time, your professional skill, and also the humble conviction. And this is what I wanted to say in the 10 minutes. And thank you very much, and I think it will be interesting to further interact with the other. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, and a round of applause for Aslam. And next, I would like to give the time to Colonel Haris, please. You have something to show from your side? Okay, thank you.
Your Excellency, Moderator, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. When we started this afternoon, there were not many people in the audience. When Marco started to speak, it's getting to filled in. And when Mr. Aslam do his presentation, more people coming in. Now it's full. Now it's more pressure for me and Faisal. Because we started with a chill atmosphere earlier on. Now it seems to be formal. So, but please stay as we started so that it will be less pressure for me. I'm Colonel Retired Muhammad Haris. I'm currently the chair of ACDM. As I was introduced earlier on by the moderator that I was a pilot. I was. I'm not flying anymore. So I would like to share my perspective in terms of sustainable resilience from ACDM perspective. I would like to share it first my own experience during the tsunami. As Mr. Aslam had said, not many people, most of the audience here are not yet born in 2004. Now you know how old I am. Because in 2004, I was already a pilot. So I was deployed to Medan, and our job in Medan was to fly aids from Medan to Sabang, because the aids from Brunei are not we're not able to send the aids directly to Sabang because we are using commercial airlines, so they're not able to land in Sabang. So our job was to make sure that aids come from Medan to Sabang. That is already first observation how things were much different compared to now, because at that time we don't have ASEAN ERAT yet. So there was no assessment, and we are not in the right information. We don't have the right information what the people need, what the victim needs. So we just send whatever, and it end up in a huge warehouse in Sabang, and it getting piled up every day. So because those are not the things that people require. What I'm trying to share here is how 20 years ago, how much different it is compared where we are now. And you'll see later on when I finish my stories towards the end that ACDM, the sectoral body that I am in, is had grown so far since 2004. It was, I would say, it is sad event, but it's also a great experience. We were in a devastation area. We were in ground zero kind of, but we were staying in Medan in a hotel room where everything was normal. So every time we go to the infected area, we see how things were much different. And we interact with the people who are affected because we flew some of them to Medan for medical treatment. And once they are fit enough to go back, we send them to the devastation area. So that's a different experience altogether. And the funny fact is, I have no idea that I was in a much bigger coordination effort. What I knew was that I only flew from Medan to Sabang. My point here is, again, this is where the military and civilian coordination is very much important. I was a military guy back then, and I don't understand how to work with the civilian. But again, we now have much improvement when we have this ADRP and AGDRP meetings. And now I'm a civilian having a challenge working with the military. So it's the way it's a it's the other way around now. The other thing that I would like to share is that compared to my observation 20 years ago and where we are now, and Brunei being the chairmanship this year, and it happened to be the commemoration of the 20 years of the Indian Ocean tsunami, and Brunei happened to be the chair for this year. It is very satisfaction in a way. It is an honor to be chair this year because, as I said, the evolution or the development that ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management has achieved is very remarkable, and we should be proud of it. And together, we are able to make our region much more safer, and we are working in a very close manner. Since 2009, we have the ADMIR agreement. It's a legal agreement among the member states where we agree on how we want to do operationally in terms of response. Another great achievement of ICDM is the One ASEAN, One Response Declaration. This is where all the member states again work together as one to respond to any calamities. And the best part also, we have standby arrangement for SOP. I'm saying this because I'm sure not many in the audience are aware of the achievement of ACDM thus far. So I just want to share this with you all because it's to me it's very important because this really shows how we have developed since 20 years since the big disaster in Aceh. So again, the SASOP, this is the, we call it SASOP, Standby Arrangement SOP. It gives us the governance, it gives us the process to work together because we are 10 nations, we have different national SOPs, but SASOP make it easier for everybody. Then again, as I said, we have ASEAN ERAT, which is one of, for me personally, ASEAN ERAT is one of the best achievement by ACDM thus far, because ASEAN ERAT I have to explain maybe what ASEAN ERAT is. These are people who are trained to do a quick assessment so that they know what is needed at the disaster area. So some of you here might be a member of ASEAN ERAT. The beauty of ASEAN ERAT is they are ready anytime should they are required in our region. So that to me is a beautiful thing, because having 10 countries, different nationalities, but because we are ASEAN, we have this strong commitment among each other. We have hundreds of volunteers or hundreds of ASEAN ERATs among us who are ready anytime should they are called upon. And in fact, right now, although AD is not here, AD AHA Center is not here because of the Typhoon Yagi. So our ASEAN ERAT was actually on alert. They were ready to go in case they will be deployed. I did not read the flash update today, but I think they're still on standby. They're not yet deployed. I see Jason is nodding his head, so my information is correct. But just to share you how ready that ACDM is in terms of responding to disaster. And the other achievement that we have is worth mentioning is DELSA. DELSA is the Disaster Emergency Logistics System for ASEAN. As of now, actually DELSA was activated. There were logistics being sent to Vietnam. I'm sure I read the update. And it's also sent to Thailand. And one more I forgot, Philippines. So again, what I'm saying is, this is not theory, this is not something you read, but it's not been done operationally. These are real, this is our real response, and this is our real commitment as ACDM for the ASEAN. And soon we'll have our SGA hub, and once SGA hub will be activated or will be agreed or endorsed, then we have a much stronger arrangement, because SGA hub, Secretary General AHA Center, that will give us the political weight in terms of our response. So we have political support, we have people on the ground, we have the military, and we have all the volunteers, we have the NGOs. So in that sense, I would like to conclude that after 20 years, I think we are already there. And I think it is right that ASEAN would like to declare that we are a global leader in disaster management. I think I would like to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Harris. And okay, next, Pak Said, please share your experience with us.
Thank you very much, Pak Raditya Jati. Colonel Harris, good to see you again. And also Pak Aslam and of course Marco. It seemed like three of us met, four of us met about a few weeks ago in Singapore. So we are back. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see all familiar faces. The story that I would like to share, this is close to 20 years ago. So if I missed the detail, my apologies. But I'll try to do it short. And then, of course, Q&A. This is what happened when a tsunami, of course, first earthquake struck your place. It started with earthquake. I still receive a phone call from my sister This town is my hometown. I was born there. And the earthquake period was still okay. But 20 minutes after that is a different story. That's when the tsunami said hello to all of us. And a different kind of hello. I didn't even know what the tsunami was, the term. We are not at that stage of disaster management. So then, emergency response, like story of Colonel Harris, where all people around the world coming and helping the first important critical phase of disaster, emergency response period. And that has helped a lot, and I thank you all for being so helpful during that time. Remember that previous picture, as mentioned by Pak Radit, Dr. Raditya Jati. Now let that picture travel around 800 kilometers with a depth of 1 to 6 kilometers. What does it mean 8 kilometers? 800 kilometers. As mentioned by Pak Radit, it is from Jakarta to Surabaya, and that is about 8 hours drive, toll road. So you have this scale with massive destruction. Want to see some number? 120,000 houses damaged. Seaports, 3,000 kilometers of road, 2,000 school building, 2,000. 100,000 small medium enterprise, 2,500 teachers died. So this is a scale that was unprecedented at that time. I was part of the Rehabilitation Reconstruction Agency. I was much younger at that time, still 35 years of age old. I used to say that my hair was not like this. So we start with 12 people with the Minister, Dr. Kuntoro Subroto, great man, may God bless him, passed away about a few months ago. Great leader. I think all of the achievement very much contributed to him. Then we start rebuild this. So it's very interesting when you do the rehabilitation reconstruction. It's not a normal story. We, being famous of what we call building ship while you are sailing and facing the storm, and you must reach destination. That's the game. It's not like, let's set up a team first, let's have the budget first, let's have the office, let's have the plan, let's have everything perfect, and then we move on. That was not the case. When we were inaugurated by the president on Sunday night, Tuesday night, we flew to Banda Aceh. First problem, didn't have money to buy ticket, and someone willing to pay for the ticket. Arriving there, didn't know where to go, no office. At night, we didn't know where to sleep. This is an organization with law and presidential decree, with highest authority on the ground. But we started first. Why? I'll tell you later about that. This is after 4 years. It's a collaborative effort of all parties. We are talking about 140,000 houses being built, 39,000 teachers being trained. You cannot replace this 2,500 people that died, a teacher died. 1,759 how a school being built. People ask, it was more than 2,000 schools being destroyed. Why you rebuild less? Because no more students. You can't just rebuild and then an empty school. So these are what we have achieved. And then I'll share you 3 points in this short opportunity. If you ask me what are the 3 most important lessons, I would say number 1 is a single government agency with adequate authority to coordinate and execute. Why is it important? You know, in crisis, what is the most important question? Is the question of who is in charge. And that has to be one organization. You cannot have a crisis and say, who is in charge? It depends. If it is administration, that will be in charge. If it is water, this will be in charge. If it is electricity, this will be in charge. That means no one is in charge. So a clarity of who is in charge, who has full authority to coordinate and execute is very, very important. What does it mean, enough authority to execute? So the agency is basically all the authority of ministries in Jakarta, in Indonesia, transferred to BRR. I was the Deputy Education and Health. What does it mean? It stopped at the Deputy of Education and Health, where to build school, where to build hospital, whatever it is. The principle is you need to be where the action is if you want to get things done. With that principle, everything about Aceh must be decided in Aceh, not Jakarta. Jakarta is too far away already, not to mention Geneva, not to mention New York. So everything is about making decision on the ground. Why is not Jakarta? It's too far from the heat. If you don't do anything, you will not see a refugee, you will not see people living in a tent. We see malls. So we don't feel the heat. It slows down our decision. It slows down our action. On the ground, you see it. Road is not fixed. Bridge is not fixed. You cannot sleep at home at night because you know that people under the tent will get wet. So you got to have authority. So when it comes to build the school, stop at the BRR. Sign, build. No more consultation. So that's what the authority is very, very important. Because at that time there was 900 organizations from all over the world coming to Aceh and said, tell us what to do. Who should we talk to? So then at that agency with just 12 people at the start and become 1,500 after 4 years, with 900 organizations, say we are in charge. What's your problem? Let's fix it together. We cannot say, oh, that's not our problem. We hide behind regulation. Oh, our regulations say we cannot do this. We cannot do that. Problem must be solved. So that also includes recruitment. The rehabilitation reconstruction, as if by law, is a different way of recruiting people. I was not a civil servant, but I got recruited. And after rehabilitation reconstruction, there is peace agreement. So within the BRR, there are free Aceh movement people or combatant. The Secretary General of BRR was from Free Aceh movement. And it's very variety of people. You got military, you got civil servant, you get everyone in the building. Why is that important? Now we get perspective when you make decision. The worst thing to say is based on the regulation. If the regulation can solve things, then there's no need the agency. Most of the time, We use regulation because we want to hide behind that regulation so it not become our responsibility. But most of the time as well, we need to comply. Now you need to differentiate between the two. Number 2 lesson is about ability to adapt is more important than our ability to plan. You cannot have a perfect plan. Why? Because we are dealing with uncertainties. You cannot predict. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, even during rehabilitation and reconstruction. And that's the rule in crisis. You must be able to adapt. My favorite quote about crisis, in leading crisis, managing crisis, is coming from Mike Tyson. You know Mike Tyson, the boxer? So one day, Mike Tyson is about to go to the stage. There is a interview, a journalist asking him, Mike, your opponent, already learned about your tactic. I think they planned very well to fight against you. And he said, everyone has a plan until I punch them in the face. You got punched by Mike Tyson, your plan gone. We have plan and get punched by reality on the ground, our plan gone. What you gonna do? You want to build bridge? But then there's no need anymore to build bridge. You thought you were gonna build one school, but it takes 2 schools now. What you gonna do? So it is not regulation or plan it is not the situation on the ground adapting to the plan or regulation. It's always the other way around. We adapt to the situation on the ground. It's not because we have this plan, we have the policy, then situation on the ground must adapt to us. No. It's always the other. Adapt. So the principle is not think, do, think. No. It's about do, think, do. You do twice, you think once. Not you think twice and you do once. Think, do. Think again. Let's think again. Think. So, my third point. Our real business, our core business, our only business during rehabilitation and reconstruction, only one, delivering result. Why? Because only results that will create impact to the people. We can have 100 meetings, we can have 100 policy discussion, we can develop massive planning, but unless something happening on the ground, it doesn't mean anything for the people on the ground. You can discuss about how to build the best house in 3 months, but people will still live under the tent. It doesn't mean anything for them. So it's about result. So you question every day is about how do we deliver result better. If there is a regulation preventing us, then negotiate to change that regulation. Don't negotiate the results. Because that's the reason why we are there, delivering result. As the last, why result matter? Why not vision? Why not discussion? Why not policy? We say that vision without execution is a hallucination. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Syed. So we've heard from all of the prominent 5 speakers that have been sharing with us on the lesson learned of the tsunami Aceh. Now we would like to have the next session, which might relate it on every speakers for 2 questions that can be, or maybe 1 or 2 questions that can be deepen what have been discussed this afternoon from us. So I would like to start from Marco. And as a UN system in global, do you think that the other UN system, or how we can really put sustainable resilience, talking with UN families related to the climate change and also SDGs, of course the UNDRR, and how can really we can feel it, like most of our speaker mentioning about community, people center, not hallucination. So I think, how can we really put every puzzle of climate change, disaster risk reduction, and SDGs to reach after we have learned as a wake-up call in 2004, and what can we do for the next, maybe for the next until 2030, accelerating on maybe the situation on MTR, and maybe on beyond 2030, like Aslam had mentioned before. Okay, please. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, 5 minutes.
5.
2 questions, 5 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And funny, because Faisal, you said you would say 3 points. I've noted 10. Because I thought that you touched on so many important things, but one that you touched upon, one of the many that you touched upon is somewhat also, Dr. Yati, what you are referring to. The question of integrated support. I think that this is really where we're trying to work hard. I mean, the usefulness that we have in the international cooperation system, which has been greatly articulated over the past decades, I think is precisely because the challenges at hand are of such a magnitude that it is important to have different competencies on the table. Because when it goes down to certain detailed aspects, you need to have some of the experts. At the same time, as Faisal was very clear in saying, the line of authority, the command and the goal needs to be simple and one. And that is, for the international systems, that one is the governments, I would say. And we can tell that this is particularly the case now in the work that the United Nations, with many other international development partners, both bilaterally and multilaterally, is ADPC, is ASEAN, is SARC, ICIMOD, the PIF system in the Pacific. There's great work that is taking place. But ultimately, where we are taking the lead from is what are the definition of the priorities of the governments, for instance, in the strengthening of the early warning system? What are the 3-4 priority hazards that are really of concern of communities and governments? And that, for me, is that fundamental point in the chain of command, Dr. Yati, that you were talking about. And in this, I think, is when it comes to the question of resilience, I think an important dimension, and you have the opportunity to see it around here with the engagement of the private sector. The question of innovation is what is really needed, and private sector can be a vehicle of innovations as well. We can think about small business as a vehicle of resilience. Faisal, I was looking at your slide at the number of SMEs that have been literally wiped out. That is not just an economic and social problem. Is a much larger than that. So again, the reason why I'm saying that is because the necessity of bringing these different partners together. And one aspect is that, and I think that Faisal was hinting to it, and the Colonel put it very clearly in the value of ADMER as a legal agreement. There has to be a moment in which there is a clear definitions of roles and responsibilities, accountabilities, and ultimately also liabilities. Because in many situations, still creating disaster risk is legal. there are no consequences to that. There may be administrative consequences if I violate some of the regulations, but we are still missing a clear legal obligations that, in a way, prevent the creation of risk. So the question of a clarity of authority in law and in institution that Faisal has brought forward, for me, is what can also help the United Nations system, the international cooperation system come together behind the efforts of countries and communities. So that's where I would reflect upon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marco. I would like to ask Ranjini back again, and there's a question: in what ways has international collaboration improved since the Indian Ocean tsunami, and what are the remaining barriers to cross-border cooperation in disaster management? Ranjini, are you still with us? Maybe you can give a short answer on that.
Yes. Maybe my 2 minutes reflection. So, in terms of strengthening international cooperation, and
sorry, just a moment. We have a.
Hear me?
Can you make it louder? Teman-teman di belakang bisa dikerasin. Mic, bukan speaker. Ranjini, can we test your voice again, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that question. And so my 2 minutes reflection would be that to strengthening the international collaboration for building resilience, and particularly if I may focus upon building infrastructure resilience, what we need is to focus upon sharing of knowledge and strengthening opportunities for collaboration to share data, capacities, technologies, finance, and innovation. And here I would again like to cite an example of how we have been doing that through the IRIS program, which is a program made for the small island developed nations, and through funding support from India, UK, Australia, and EU, we are providing support to the small island nations to implement infrastructure resilience project, either with a focus on data or on building their capacities or on developing innovative solutions. Apart from that, some of the challenges, you talked about the barriers and challenges, and here I would like to focus upon the challenges in sharing of risk data, the challenges in sharing of risk data for using it for better planning, particularly preparedness planning, and also for disseminating early warnings to the last mile. These are still some of the challenges with which we are grappling with, and we need stronger international cooperation to overcome these challenges and actually help the lives of help the communities to make them more resilient. Because again, if I come from the infrastructure domain, it is not only about building infrastructure, it is also about building social and economic resilience of the community through infrastructure development. Maybe I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ranjini. I'll go back to Aslam. I think we still have around 20 minutes, so we can make it quickly. Maybe you're touching on the people center. Maybe you can share some cases, or what is actually the challenge to face with the community, with the diverse of social culture itself. Maybe you have an experience that how can really put this challenge for the future, especially the future crisis of climate change, or maybe so.
Thank you very much. I think the challenges for people-centered approach perhaps originates when the prescription comes from the top. And this is exactly why I was saying that when Pa Said speaks, there is very less to add on, but the point he mentioned very carefully, that if solution has to be found in Aceh, you have to engage and interact in Aceh. Jakarta is very far. This is exactly the thing that most of the time our 80 to 90% of efforts goes on international, regional and national level discourse and dialogues. By the time we actually think about communities, it is already a time that you really have to install actions. At the community level, I think the indigenous knowledge over the period of time, we tried to not learn too much. We actually documented it well, but not really utilize it with scientific verification. So to me, it looks like this is exactly where the problem lies. But if I share my own experience, I think the ASEAN Committee for Disaster Management, or the way ASEAN member countries work and cooperate on this particular subject, is an example for the other region. Despite the geographical boundaries, despite different type of arrangement, the kind of interaction as a community that they do, I don't think that South Asia does that much. And this is where the lesson for us is that focus on local, because it is contextual, respect the indigenous knowledge, and put your efforts and action there rather than directing it from the national to the local all the time. Let the local level entities, the communities, the people, the local government exercise their duties, their judgment, and through this perhaps we would be able to make a little bit more coherent when we talk about people-centered approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Aslam. So I'll go on with Colonel Harris. What are the critical institutional reforms needed to ensure the disaster management agency are agile? Yeah. What are the critical institutions reforms needed to ensure that disaster management agencies are agile, well coordinated and able to respond in complex multi-hazard environment?
The question is if there's a barriers in ACDM for disaster management. That's difficult question, sir. Let me just try to explain how we are doing our work at the moment, and maybe barriers will come up. Because at the moment, I don't see any barriers yet, so I'm not sure. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there is barriers. Okay. Probably the barriers will be in the context of, because we are different countries, different nationalities. There are 10 ASEAN member states, and soon going to be 11 if Timor-Leste join us. Timor-Leste now is given the status of observers. So these different 11 countries, 10 at the moment, ASEAN member states, we are at a different kind of economic development, to say, different technology standard. So that could be one of the barriers, whereby not all of the ASEAN member states are at the same level in terms of, for example, information technology. So when we try to do the ASEAN-wide ICT system, which they are doing right now, this is one of the methods that been discussed in terms of how to make sure that all the member states are able to be part of that development. In terms of other barriers, I don't see much. Although, again, as I said, we are 10 different countries with different language, but it's not so much of a barrier because we can understand each other with English. And other than that, there's not much barriers in a sense when we are together doing disaster management or disaster response, because everybody come with the idea of we are there to save life, so we are in the same page whenever we do the disaster response. So thank you for that question. I thought there's no barriers, but there is, especially in terms of technology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel Rashid. Before we go to the floor, we still have 15 minutes for that, and also we can go also from somebody who will be asking from Zoom. I would like to emphasize more what Pak Said have mentioning. I am interested on hallucination. This is actually sometimes the challenge is this one that we have now. How can we really challenge this hallucination actually? Concretely, especially how we can really deal with connecting with the people center that has been mentioned related on the community itself. Please.
Okay. I hope my voice can be heard. Thank you very much, Pak Raditya. When we say the vision without execution is a hallucination, two things. One, it is important to develop a vision, but if we don't do anything, if we don't execute, if we don't implement that vision, then the only people that happy about that vision is only those who are involved in developing the vision. We develop a plan, we had a discussion, we feel good about it, and then we thought just by having a plan, then things will change. There is another important step in making a change, which is implementing that plan. So, is it hallucination bad or you want to eliminate? I think it really depends on the context. In certain situations where you are forced to have some ideas, not in crisis, because crisis doesn't have that luxury, but maybe in some situation you need to think about beyond the usual, you need to think outside the box, that you might have an imagination, which is a better version of hallucination. Hallucination is a feeling that we feel things that being accomplished, but actually nothing happened. Over to you, Pak.
So hopefully we're not here now in hallucination. So I want to go to the floor if somebody wants to ask some question for the panelists here that we have now this afternoon. Please. We still have berapa menit? 10 minutes? Yes. Silakan Bapak Ibu boleh bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Dibantu nanti dengan, oh ya ada dua ladies mungkin yang ya sebelah sini satu dengan Pak Udreh dua, silakan. Bisa diperkenalkan?
Okay, my name is Udrek. I am Paradit is my boss actually. Yeah. So frankly speaking, I am not address my question to someone, so everybody maybe can answer my question. So for this meeting, so I think 2 points that maybe at the beginning that we think. First is regarding to the commemoration of Indian Ocean tsunami. So it is we are discussing about the length of the 20 years, and next is about the sustainable resilience. So it is about something that we would like to achieve. And regarding to the 20 years, so I remember also something related to SFDRR, right? So SFDRR right now is already 15 years, and some things that only, of course, that story, we need to think about where we are right now, right? what is we are achieving right now. So I remember in last G20, so the Indian government give such kind of very beautiful explanation about what we are regarding to the half a part of the Sendai framework, that it means that we still cannot achieve something that we must be achieved until the 15 years. So my question is, so what is our root problem? It is first. The second, if I can ask to you, let's say everyone give one important point, what kind of a very important point that we need, so in order to achieve something that until now we still cannot achieve. Thank you.
Oke, bos. Terima kasih.
Yeah.
He's actually my boss. Please, Ibu, silakan.
Okay, nice to meet you too. My name is Tenovita. So this is to address registration to this tema in today. Show series oil and gas Indonesia, meaning Indonesia, construction Indonesia, and construct show Southeast Asia. So my baggage, my registration. This is the company, my company profile at Raw Material Building, TB Makmur Jaya. My name is Tenovita. My job position owner. So I don't know but to your question in today, but I get to brochure in your participation, your booth. So the statement in product application scenario. So construction work, large span, structural engineering, large machinery, coal mine, wind power engineering, and photovoltaic engineering. This is infrastructure project, I know, but expressway, high-speed rail, cross bridge, cross river bridge project, and then long-span structural engineering. Coal mine and core cable foundation, pit support, and wind power engineering, nuclear power engineering, photovoltaic engineering. This is a brochure in Tianjin, Guang, Shengyuan export-import commodity. So you know to company profile this Indonesia fragmentation to but the government infrastructure in 2026 at Samarinda, and then 27 November in 2026 I came to search to government Gubernur DKI Jakarta. So how about you to this system in Indonesia? Maybe I think so you can to get networking, get to Rhine Bridge Station to this Australia flag. Australia this system fundamental. You know this foundation under the principle of quality first, consumers frame, and reputation first. We have passed ISO 19101 equals 250 quality system certification and BV certificate. Our principle is striving to process perfect product quality and favorable final price or product to make customer satisfied in the service market. Maybe I think so 95% or of hydraulic pumps and exported from this America, Europe, Benua, and Middle East, and it's other big market, and a good reputation both at home and abroad. We very continuously adhere to the business philosophy of quality, reputation, confidence, and supply best products and service. We sincerely invite our world talents to join us. Our rivers run into the sea, and more sincerely hope that we can together a better future. Oke, saya terjemahkan.
Thank you. Saya sudah perlu nggak terus diterjemahkan. Udah paham ya. So I thank you very much. I really appreciate because actually we are more here in a global forum for sustainable resilience. We're not really talking about the exhibition that is happening outside, but we really appreciate for your question. Maybe we can discuss this with the booth that you have been discussing with that. But of course, we are now talking about the tsunami, the post-tsunami 20 years ago. And thank you for your question. But maybe somebody can respond from at least these two questions first, from Pak Udreh and then Ibu, nanti kita bisa diskusikan. Please, anything that you can respond, because tired of the schedule, I'm really sorry for the other person who would like to raise some question. Please.
I think when I consider the question what we have been achieving, for instance, in the implementation of the Sendai framework, I would probably see two different dimensions. One is more tangible or visible. Another one is a little less visible and tangible, but nevertheless existing. And I think that in this less visible and less tangible is the question of the culture of prevention. I feel that you are speaking about prevention in a very different way than long time ago. Now, of course, we all want to see immediate repercussion of a tangible way in our lives, and that is human and is needed and is demanded on a daily basis. But I think it's important that we work on this longer-term dimension, also on the culture of prevention, and I feel quite positive about it. The education that is taking us, and there is scientific research. There's a lot that is being done. Maybe what is not yet progressing at the pace that we would like to see is how different type of knowledge get integrated. So the importance of, for instance, climate and disaster risk, how we can really bring together. And there is one point that, if I can pick up just one point where progress is really badly needed, is on the inclusion of persons with disabilities. We have done, as an office, a survey 10 years ago, in 2013. We have done another one in 2023 for the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And nothing, according to the respondents, nothing has really fundamentally changed, in the sense that, at least according to the respondents, 85% of persons with disabilities feel that they do not have a personal plan, they don't feel sufficiently engaged in developing policies and implementing policies for disaster risk reduction. So I think that as part of this cultural prevention, there are certain things that we really need to formulate differently to really get the traction that we need, for instance, in this super important area. The same goes also in terms of equality, gender equality engagement in disaster risk reduction is another areas where there has been progress, but much more needs to be done. And last very tangible things, I return to it, is the question of early warning systems. They have been saving increasingly lives. And when you save a life, you also save an incredible contribution that specific human being can make to the resilience of the community. So I think that we should keep the optimism related to what early warning are really delivering to us, and being committed to work for them to be truly multi-hazard, truly inclusive, and truly so-called end-to-end, meaning from the knowledge to the actual impact and action by the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Aslam, Ronald Harris, or Pak Said, please. Ada Pak Said. Related, where are we now? Pak Bos tadi nanya mungkin.
I think you've answering to Pak Dr. Udreh. One about progress, and two about the single most important thing that perhaps that we need to prioritize. I think when it comes to progress, is tremendous progress compared to 20 years ago. I started my story that without understanding what the tsunami was, not to mention what about disaster management. That concept was not there during rehabilitation and reconstruction. But now I think thanks to Marco and ADPC, Aslam and all, the ACDM, BNPB, the concept of disaster management, the concept of risk reduction, I think is very much advanced. So the level of awareness rising for risk reduction, disaster management, resilient, I think very much advanced. And the governance, I think more advanced as well in terms of Indonesia, for example, you have National Disaster Management Agency, a permanent agency, and you got provincial agency, you got cities, and so structure is there, institution is there. If you ask about what about money, finance, that will always a problem of any centuries. There will never be enough funding for anything. But if you ask me one thing, that if we really put a lot of investment in that particular thing, and within 5 and 10 years, we will see a quite significant difference, that would be investing in human capital. I'm a strong believer of that. The question is, I mean, the easy test, are you happy with your human capital capabilities within your organization? Are we the best compared to other industry? Does disaster management is able to attract the best talent compared to different industry, different ministry? Now, if we cannot attract the best talent, then we need to do something else, investing in that talent, so one day it will become the best talent. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Said. One turn for each of you, one strong message, short, but really hit us. Please, I start from Pak Said first. And then we go.
I think if you ask me, that would be marathon. Disaster management is about marathon, not a sprint. It's not who is the fastest that will win. It is who has endurance to go all of this challenge, convincing people, selling all these ideas. Then we will reach a destination where people are much safer and become more resilient.
Thank you. Before 3 gentlemen, maybe we can ask Ranjini first, so we can hear from her. Ranjini, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
One strong message,
And,
please.
Okay, so if I may, before that, just quickly respond to so in fact, I would like to give 3, but if you ask me to give only 1, but so if I may be allowed to give 3 messages, will that be accepted? Then I would like to mention 3 points. In terms of progress, of course, we have made progress from talking about underlying risk, which was emphasized in here. We now talk about resilience. We are also talking about infrastructure resilience. So this is a progress. We have made progress in terms of overall disaster risk governance. However, we see the progress with respect to target D of SFDRR is low. So there are challenges there. And if I have to make 3 in that respect, the first would be that we need to develop better understanding of infrastructure risks. And when I say risk, it is not only the risk at the asset level, but the systemic risk. So if there is a power failure, how it will affect the water sector, how it will affect the telecom sector, and so on and so forth. Second, I would like to emphasize to build on the capacities of the government and private sector on building infrastructure, resilient infrastructure, particularly looking at the life cycle of the infrastructure. So not about only planning and designing, but planning, designing, operation, and maintenance. And finally, I would like to say that we need to bring in a multidisciplinary approach towards infrastructure resilience, because building resilient infrastructure does not mean only engineers and architects. We need to engage with a wide range of stakeholders, and we need to, in order to ensure that our infrastructure is sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjini. Colonel Harits, strong message, please.
If I have to leave something on behalf of ACDM, I think it's the spirit of cooperation, the spirit of compassion that we have among us and our collective effort and our readiness to face challenges together. I think that's the most important thing from SDM. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Aslam, please.
I think I would put a strong emphasis on this culture of prevention. While we continue to master on how we improve the response system, but I think we have to go back and look at how this issue of prevention actually also prevails, because that is very, very important when we are talking about resilience. So I would actually put my word that the culture of prevention must be again recognized in a manner that we make communities, countries resilient, rather than just to do recovery, reconstruction for better future.
Thank you, Aslam. Of course, Marco, please. Strong message from you, please.
Thank you. I'm a strong believer in the fact that there is a lot of goodwill around, a lot. And the reason why we need to make disaster risk reduction inclusive is precisely to mobilize the goodwill and expertise that is across the different stakeholders. And we need to go an extra step in terms of building the necessary trust that allows institutions, people, communities to work together. If we leverage that trust, the inclusion will happen and the goodwill will be really unleashed to its maximal extent and power. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have wrapped all the things that we've been discussing since this afternoon. I think it's a very complex issue. We have learned many things related on governance, investment, lesson learned from ocean tsunami, people-centered, integrated approach. Of course, for sustainable resilience, we still have a lot of homework as a marathon to still keep up on our stamina to reach resilience. So, round of applause for our prominent speaker here. Again, thank you very much for the sharing session. Thank you, thank you, thank you again.
Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause for the speakers and moderator for such an enlightening session. Please remain on stage, gentlemen, for the token of appreciation. Once again, thank you very much. And for the token of appreciation will be presented by Dr. Raditya Jati to all the speakers. To all the speakers, may come forward on the table, on the front of the table, please. Yes, can come forward so we can take a better picture of you. To the front of the table, please. Thank you very much. The first token of appreciation presented by Dr. Raditya Jati. Thank you very much, sir. And the second certificate to the second speaker. Let us document it in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. And the next certificate, token of appreciation presented to the third speaker. I will count in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. And last but not least, the fourth certificate presented to the fourth speaker by the moderator, Dr. Raditya Jati. Can we give a round of applause to all the speaker and also the moderator? Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may now return back to your seats. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, This concludes our first session, and we still have another session coming up. But after this, we will have a short coffee break to stretch a bit, or maybe you want to visit some booth on the expo. So we will resume this session at 15:30 sharp. Once again, we will resume this session at 15:30. So we have more or less 30 minutes for the coffee break. So thank you so much and see you on the next session. Please enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I would like to remind you that we will begin the last session for today shortly. So please, for those of you who are still outside, please come in to the event area because we will begin the last session of today's event shortly. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sesaat lagi kita akan memulai sesi terakhir untuk hari ini. Maka dari itu bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar area acara, dapat segera masuk dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sesaat lagi kita akan memulai sesi terakhir. Terima kasih.
Sik.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience, Navigating Uncertainty, Advancing Sustainable Resilience in a Changing World. Let's give a round of applause for everyone. I hope that everyone's still awake, this afternoon. So we still have another session. This is gonna be our last session for today. And it's kind of interesting because we will have an interactive workshop. And the workshop will be moderated by Mr. Said Faisal, former Deputy Head and Minister for Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Agency for Aceh and Nias. But before I welcome Mr. Said Faisal, let me read a bit about Mr. Said Faisal. So Mr. Said Faisal is an independent strategic advisor specializing in disaster risk management and crisis response. Currently serving as a senior advisor for sustainable resilience at Siap Siaga. His career began at 1999 as a sustainable resilience manager trainee at Phoenix Home Life, a financial services company in Chicago. He concluded his full-time career in 2016 as a founding executive director of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management. He played a key role in disaster recovery efforts, including serving as a deputy minister or head of rehabilitation and reconstruction agency in Indonesia, following the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, and as the senior advisor to ASEAN's special envoy in Myanmar after Cyclone Nargis in 2008. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Said Faisal.
Thank you very much. You know, always good to hear yourself and story being mentioned by others. You feel like such a great person. Okay, today we will discuss about something very much interesting. Our session is about integrating systemic risk into planning, policy making, and global diplomacy. With us today, we have already on board Dr. Raditya Jati from BNPB. May I invite you? Dr. Raditya Jati is a Deputy Minister for Disaster Management Authority for System and Strategy, also worked with BPPT before. You can Google him for sure, please. Thank you. And then we would like to invite His Excellency Pak Tri Tariat, Director General Multi-Corporal Cooperation Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His Excellency Ambassador Tri Hariat is the Deputy Minister for Multilateral Cooperation since 2022. Thank you very much. Please, Pak. Then we also have Insinyur Laksmi Dewanti MA. Ibu Laksmi, please. She's the Director General for Climate Change, Indonesia's Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ibu Laksmi been in the government for more than 25 years. So if you are at the age of 25 years, you're still young when Ibu Laksmi already started her career. Thank you very much. So allow me to introduce to the participants on how we're gonna start the session today. For sure, we will need to close the session at 1700. So that is my KPI. We're gonna start with session introduction. And then for the first round, we will invite each of the speaker to give a statement or a presentation for 7 minutes. It's up to the speakers whether a presentation or just a verbal statement. And then second round, the moderator, which is myself, I will have a few follow-up questions for the speakers. This is also a time for the audience to prepare your questions and comments. So after the second round, then we'll go to the third round, Q&A, where we will open the floor for the participant online, offline, to give comments or ask questions. Then we will start the discussion. Then of course, right 5 minutes before 1700, we will conclude the session and make a few points that we can take away from this dialogue. So thank you so much again for still being with us. Also for those who still online with us. So let me start to give the opportunity for Dr. Raditya Jati. You have 7 minutes, please. And we will have a dialogue in a mix, Indonesia and English, whatever you prefer. Kita campur-campur hari ini. Bapak-bapak juga pertanyaan silakan campur-campur. Kalau saya kelihatan kayak orang bule cuman kelihatan aja. Nah itu cuman ngaku sendiri aja.
Baik, kalau gitu selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Ada waktu 7 menit, 7 minutes I have to deliver an idea, actually, what is sustainable resilience and also related to the climate and also the strategies for sustainable development in Indonesia. And if we see the archipelagic state of Indonesia, you can see that we are located in a very dangerous area, which is always have an earthquake for every month. We have more than 300 maybe, and also we have more than 270 million people are living in this archipelagic states, which is archipelagic states mentioned by because of the seismic and also the activity of the volcano. So we can see that there's no such thing as a natural disaster because it's only natural hazard. If there's only a volcanic eruption, there's no casualty, there's no economic loss, there's no displaced people, there's no infrastructure that is lost. It's a phenomena. It's not a disaster. So this is we have the same page that, of course, we're living in a danger zone because of this beautiful island. But of course, we have to say that we have to face with it. And in the last year, we have more than 5,000 frequency of disaster happening in the country, and 95% is because of the hydrometeorological impact. We are facing now what we call the climate change, which is also related on how many costs, loss and damage because of the hydrometeorological impact itself. You can see more than 22 trillion of rupiah is lost because of the climate change. It's not every hydrometeorology is climate change, but we see that the loss of economic is also important. 20 years ago, as was discussed from the previous section, mentioning that Aceh, 30 minutes from the earthquake until the tsunami. If we are now here in Jakarta, you can imagine from Tanjung Priok to Bundaran HI, and also 800 kilometers from here to Surabaya, this is the impact of the tsunami itself. How many trillion rupiah or USD 4.9 billion have been lost, and 7.1 billion we have to build back, and it takes 4 years, from 30 minutes to 4 years. So this is where the wake-up call came, and that's why we have to live with it. And what happened until now, the significance of policy, since we are talking about how we related to disaster risk reduction itself, and to integrate it with other agenda, post-agenda 2015. And of course, borrow from the UNDRR GAR. Thank you, Marco. The deficit of resilience, for example, we can see one of the things now actually in Jakarta is about increasing flood and urbanization. This is just an example. We cannot achieve resilience if we have this kind of deficit, number 8. Of course, the other also impacted. If we want to reach sustainable resilience, we have to deal with this, at least this 10 issues topic of resilience deficit. And Indonesia have been trying to put in as an index. Since 2013, every year we have an index for every province and also every district on how we can really see the commitment of the local government to put into their capacity, into their policy, into their regulation, and how to put the implementation from policy to practice, also how to deal with the community itself. This is what we call the index of the risk. And also, this is the first time that Indonesia have the 20 years from 2022 to 2044, the national plan for the Golden Indonesian Year of Independence, Indonesia Emas, 2045, which is the first time that we have the integrated plan related on climate change, related on disaster risk reduction, and also related on the achievement of the SDGs. So this is one of the innovative of how we can really see how to put policy into implementation. Of course, the regulation also is mandatory that every local government must have this standard minimum services, which is the 3 things related on information services, related on disaster prevention preparedness services, and also rescue evacuation services for the disaster victim when the disaster happen. This is a mandatory for every local government must have. So with this regulation, we can raise the capacity and to be ready for the next, if there's any hazardous happen in the country. 2022, we have the privilege to host the GPDRR or the UNDRR for hosting the GPDRR, the 7th GPDRR. We would like to share you what we are now here, why we are here now, is because the commitment that have been given by our leader to the global community on the sustainable resilience and how we can really deliver for sustainable resilience into implementation and how can we really deal sustainable resilience with other issues related on that. For example, these 4 issues, and the most important is the global agreement that 2015 Paris Agreement, Sadar framework, and also SDGs must be implemented at national and local level. And of course, preparedness culture is important, innovation on science, technology, and financing is important, and also infrastructure for resilience on disaster and also climate is very important. That's why we are here today also. After the global platform 2022, the ASEAN summit, and most of you from the ASEAN must know the leader here. We agree upon the ASEAN leader on sustainable resilience. It's already put into the leader declaration, and why we are now here is also talking how we can really deliver this ASEAN leader declaration on sustainable resilience to put into practice. And that's why sustainable resilience is a part of the center of all the issues on climate change, disaster risk reduction, and also SDGs. With these 3 post-2015 agenda that have been also regulated in the Indonesian policy, we also how to put everything into place. As mentioned before, the previous session, we're talking about people-centered with innovation, technology, science, innovation, related on every indicator on investment, also in infrastructure and everything to put into key element. So I try to put some drawing in the left side, how people-centered really related with all the sustainable resilience, what is as a puzzle on SDGs, how to put everything into, from urban planning, from villages, we have a villages resilience program,
We have also some other program from other ministry related to the village, how to put into one platform, how the government policy might work, and how the international collaboration is very important. What we have seen today from this morning until this afternoon. The monitoring evaluation is also important, so we really know where we are stepping now, and are we behind, are we on the right track, how we can accelerate, and what kind of the financial innovation that we can try to do to accelerate the post-2015 agenda. So I think this is sort of the challenge that we're facing. I want to borrow Pak Said Faisal. We are in marathon. It's not a sprint. Sorry, it's not a sprint. So it must be a marathon that we have to keep our endurance to reach resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raditya Jati, Pak Deputy. Thank you. Sharp 7 minutes with a bit of bonus from the moderator. Now we would like to invite our second speaker, His Excellency Ambassador Pak Tri Tariat. Please.
Thank you, Pak Said. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's an honor for me to be here in this very important forum, and let me appreciate BNPB for this very important initiative. Many of my slides idea have been touched upon by Pak Radit, so I will skip perhaps some of them. So Indonesia, I think, has been very clearly has been very clearly stated by Pak Radit, is a disaster-prone country. In 2023, we experienced more than 5,400 natural disaster events. Huge, huge, huge number. So in this context, while Pak Radit touched upon all the technical issues and the expertise and the function of the BNPB, I will be very pleased to share with you the global diplomacy and how our diplomacy help addressing these challenges in advancing our disaster risk reduction efforts. So, all right. I will start with our commitment to global agenda. Earlier mentioned on the Sendai framework for the RR 2015-2030, and also similarly important, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the third of the adherence to the Paris Agreement. I'm sure Ibu Lakshmi will address on this very important issue. And on the fourth, our successful hosting of the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction 2022, and of course our participation in different international forums, through which we are willing to contribute actively to shaping the global policies on disaster risk reduction through, among others, exchanging experience, exchanging expertise, and listen also to others' experience and expertise. And how we look at the Indonesia's global advocacy for sustainable resilience. So I don't need to share with you again the concept of sustainable resilience. Pak Radit already mentioned about this in a very detailed manner, but I wish to share with you that we have been sharing this idea through different global forums, among others the GPDRR 2022, in ASEAN, through ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Sustainable Resilience. In G20, we have the working group on disaster risk reduction, and of course in the high-level meeting on the midterm review of the Sendai framework for DRR. And it is also important to share with you. All right, so our leadership on disaster risk reduction. So at the moment, Indonesia serves as the co-chair of the group of friends on disaster risk reduction. We have served as the chair of UNDRR support group for 2022 to 2023 period, and we are also appointed as co-facilitator of the midterm review of the Sendai Framework Political Declaration alongside with Australia. And it brings me to the what's next questions. So I think we have to really bear in mind that we must bring everyone on board. Governments, international organizations, the private sector, civil society, and local communities to build a truly resilient global community. This certainly requires a paradigm shift in our approach to disaster risk reduction, where prevention and preparedness are prioritized over response and recovery. So we continue calling on all nations to strengthen their commitment to the Sendai framework and to integrate disaster risk reduction into national development plans. We also urge greater investment in early warning systems, risk assessment, and capacity building, particularly in vulnerable regions. And finally, we must enhance global cooperation and solidarity. That is very important to ensure that no country is left behind. So our effort to promote sustainable resilience does not stop in this forum. Later this year in December, we are very honored to host the Regional Conference on Humanitarian Assistance. The conference is designed to foster collaboration among governments, international organizations, NGOs, and other stakeholders to enhance humanitarian assistance and disaster risk reduction efforts. I look forward to having your participation in that forum. So by linking these two forums, this forum and the December forum, we aim to create a seamless flow of ideas and strategies from the regional to the global level, promoting a united approach to disaster risk reduction and resilience that reflects, once again, our commitment to not only addressing immediate humanitarian needs, but also to integrating these efforts in a broader and sustainable, resilient framework. I thank you very much, Pak Said. Thank you very much.
Round of applause.
7 minutes?
Sharp. Even my alarm is not yet. You have like... Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Kita next, we have Ibu Dirjen, Insinyur Laksmi Dewanti. Ibu, please, time is yours. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a very important topic as well, because this is about climate change.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and all of mercies upon us. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm very grateful to be the last speakers, because the two first speakers already mentioned the backgrounds, how vulnerable Indonesia, and why we need to strengthen our resilience to the disasters. Let me focus on the climate change, indeed, because I'm asking to share with you how to mainstream the disasters related into the climate agenda. So, I don't know what it is work. It's not that, okay. Okay, when we are talking about Paris Agreement, it has been also mentioned by Deputy Raditya as well as DG Tritariat about the resilience, climate resilience. But the climate resilience development is enabled only when government, civil society, and private sectors make inclusive development choices that prioritize risk reductions, equity, and justice, and when decision-making processes, finance, and actions are integrated across governance levels, sectors, and timeframes. So it is important to mention about the mainstreaming, advocacy, and many other things. So in the context of Indonesia, as part of the parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and we also ratified the Paris Agreement, Indonesia committed to the climate agenda. Maybe next, please. Okay. And our commitment has been put into the nationally determined contribution as a target document and a commitment documents. And for Indonesia, the commitment is not only in reducing the greenhouse gas emission. Unlike many others NDCs countries NDCs, Indonesia put adaptation as important as mitigations. So building our resilience to the climate change, it's quite equally important than reducing the greenhouse gas emission indeed. So Indonesians NDCs outline the country's transitions to low carbon and climate resilient futures. So contributing to the concerted effort to prevent 2 degrees Celsius increase in the global average, and also to limit, and moreover, to limit the temperature increase not above 1.5 degrees Celsius at the end of this decade. So Indonesia strengthened its commitment from time to time. In the context of adaptations, Indonesia target to building the resilience in terms of the economic resilience, the social and livelihood resilience, as well as the ecosystem and the landscape resilience. Next, please. Okay, in accordance to Paris Agreement, climate resilience, in accordance with the direction of the Paris Agreement, is translated into economic, social, and environmental resilience with the principle of no one left behind. The strategy towards climate resilience is carried out by means of investing or investment, human resources capacity, or green jobs or decent jobs opportunity, as well as land and landscape and seascape management. So we are adopting this principle and these approaches into our document. A part of the nationally determined contribution, back in 2022, Indonesia also submitted its long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050. The LTS LCCR 2050 is a vision and long-term policy formulation for Indonesia in terms of the climate agenda. Next. So in our LTS LCCR, we have 2 pathways of adaptations. It's very related with the disaster risk management. So we have regional pathways as well as sectoral pathways. So regional pathways focus on priority areas to implementing adaptation actions related to basic community or commodity like food, water, energy, health, disasters, and environment considered by climate and climate sensitive and non-climate sensitive, as well as the social economic aspect. While the sectoral pathway refer to priority sectors related to the basic needs of the community that will be impacted by the climate change. Health, for example. Next, please. So to ensure that the policies in the document will be translated into the actions, because we certainly need to walk the talk. We are not only committed, but we implemented our commitment. So the government of Indonesia have some instrument to support the adaptations climate change agenda. We have the information system for climate change vulnerability. So we have a map of the climate hotspot throughout Indonesia, And this indexes or this information has been transformed or it has been utilized by the local government to incorporate the vulnerable issues into their planning documents. And this information system has been awarded by the United Nations as the United Nations Public Services Award in tackling the climate change just this year. The other instrument is the community-based climate actions. Up till now, since 2012, we already have more than 10,000 sites of the climate villages, we call it climate villages, with many numerous numbers of climate mitigation as well as adaptation action by the community. We also have a program so-called ecosystem-based adaptations. We would like to have all the development activities to recognize the ecosystem in the location of their activities. So the vulnerable issues, the sensitive issue, and the potential impact of the climate change will already incorporate in the development agenda. So I believe that all that I could share for this afternoon. Hope it will be give some feedback for you for further discussion. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum
Thank you very
warahmatullahi
much.
wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Walaikum salam. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start a few questions to each of the speakers. And in the meantime, please prepare your question and comments, because immediately after this, I'll open the floor and I'll expect lots of questions. I'm going to start with Director General for Climate Change, Ibu Laksmi. There was a very interesting sentence in your slide, Ibu, and maybe we can start from that. It's about climate resilience development strategy. Can you elaborate more about that? Because it seems like this is like linking about development and anticipating the possibility of the climate change. But of course, you know much better than me.
Well, Pak Faisal, you just answer your question indeed. We put the climate resilience before the development words, meaning that in carry out our development, we have to bear in mind that we are lying in the very hotspot area. As the biggest Arab archipelagic country, we are sitting in the ring of fire, not mentioning the how prone Indonesia to the climate impact, negative climate impact. So climate resilience is important because, well, it's not because I'm the DG for climate change, but nowadays climate change together with loss of biodiversity and environmental pollutions are indeed the three planetary crises that we are facing now. So like it or not, we need to adapt and we need to recognize the risk of climate change into our development. In our long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050, we projected that Indonesia in its 100 years in 2045 will be survive if since now incorporate all the climate related risks. Otherwise, we're gonna to have a very difficult challenges in terms of social, economic, and environmental pillars of our sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Ibu. I think very good point that the one sentence about climate change is real, ladies and gentlemen. Unless we are adopting the principle into our planning, we might face a huge challenge in the future. Allow me to move to His Excellency Ambassador. Very interesting in one of your slides about paradigm shift in disaster risk reduction. You are a seasoned diplomat. I'm not going to ask how many years experience in diplomacy, but you've been around in the world. My question is, in the diplomatic setting, how do we negotiate or influence global decision makers in particular for this paradigm shift toward more on prevention, more on disaster reduction, instead of the something that much easier, the reactive approach. So a reactive approach after event, then everyone will get there. But your slide about the paradigm shift, perhaps you can share with us in the global diplomacy context.
Thank you very much, Pak Said. Let me start by sharing my own experience back in 2004 when the tsunami hit Indonesia very badly. I was on my vacation in New York. I served in the Indonesian mission in New York back then. And all of the staff in the mission, including the ambassador, had to cancel their vacation because of this situation. Not only Indonesia, but I am very sure that all countries were shocked and didn't know what to do to address this issue in this, magnitude. So then we started to work very swiftly and in a very urgent manner, not only with the UN, but all countries get involved in the meetings, I would say, after the Christmas toward this is 26th and 27 or 28th of December until the first week of January 2005, during which we were able to introduce a resolution on addressing the disaster, in particular tsunami events in Indonesia. So I think that very important moment really brought all the countries to have something else rather than addressing the disaster, but then how we start to build our resilience. So, of course, there were stages in addressing the events. I'm very sure you were part of these very important stages of rebuilding the communities. But then the lessons that we learn is really how then we shift our paradigm. Perhaps, as an analogy, it's better to prevent than to cure. So I think that is the simplest analogy on how the shifting of the paradigm. So I then really observe that this kind of new mindset were also brought forward by all countries in the negotiation table. So of course there were some differences. It's normal, particularly between developing countries on one side and developed countries on the other side. But when we talk about disaster, of course, everybody agrees that no one should be left behind. I think with that spirit, the new setting at the moment is really the paradigm. Then I'm very pleased that Indonesia has been and will be actively participating in this process. Thank you, Pak Said.
Thanks so much, Your Excellency. Better to prevent than to cure. And a disaster provides an opportunity as a neutral ground where a lot of collaboration might be able to take place, in particular after disaster situation. Dr. Roditya Jati, Pak Deputi. This is about, you're in a deputy system and strategy where planning is one of your daily menu. But I'm just curious about systemic risk and then planning for the whole Indonesia. We have a strategic planning and we also have a master plan, which is until 2045. 45, 44, okay. Now, perhaps you can share with us, we have like a long-term plan, but at the same time, there might be a change of risk that being faced by our country. How do we navigate that? How do we adjust that situation, or even what would be the strategy? And I'm asking from Deputy System and Strategy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pak Said. So, as we presented as a leap of innovation on policy making, regulation, we have developed the Indonesian Disaster Management Plan as a master plan from 2020 to 2044, which means that 2045 we will reach the resilience nation. Why resilience? Because if we say resilience, everybody can jump in. We can say climate resilience, we can say financial resilience, even we can say community resilience, we can say infrastructure resilience, even disaster resilience. So that's why how we can really break the silo on how we can really reach at the end of the goal of the golden years of Indonesian independence. It was also a leap of commitment from our government that we have a president decree number 87/2020 at that time. We're not only talking on the past history of the disaster that happened, but using projection and prediction, using how we can really calculate how many people will be living in this island. It's not only on how we can really put that as one of the context, but also we try to put as a cascading and collateral impact might happen on the risk itself. And we're working with the Bappenas, the National Development Agency, on how we can really put the policy based on the cluster of the island. So it's differentiated by 7 cluster of island. We try to differentiate the capacity and also, not only that, but the characteristic geographic that is very important on each hazard of each island. So it's not really island, but it's clustered by different 7 cluster of island. And then with that, we try to calculate what is actually the policy for the future 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, until 20 years and 25 years. So this prediction actually, mostly we can try to see, even though the dynamic of the changes and also the future crisis might also change, but with this master plan of the 25 years, we put into every 5 years what we call Rencana Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana, which is the National Plan for Disaster Management. And this national plan is embedded also into the national midterm plan for national. So we're working with the Bappenas. It's not only the National Plan for Disaster Management, but this National Disaster Management as a technocratic justification for the policy making of the next 5 years. For example, now we're working on the 2025 to 2029 with the new government, also with based on the 2025 to 2029, the provincial level will also have to be mandatory based on this 5 years plan. So every 5 years we will analyze again what is actually the fundamental and prioritization of the planning process and what kind of strategies we can reach to achieve the resilience every 5 years. Spatially, it means for which area based on the characteristics of geography and a hazard. But what can happen if this disaster might hit all as a systemic risk? For example, I can show you the latest happened, maybe Pak Udreh can also explain on Marapi, Mount Marapi volcano, yeah. So he's working hard on that because actually after the Marapi eruption, the material is actually in the upstream of the Mount Marapi. After the intensity of rainfall, the material have impacted to a flash flood. So it's a volcanic material that have been brought by the intensity of rain running through the river, running through the pathway of the river. So it also impacted
to destroy all surrounding the river itself. So this is happening now, actually. So it happened also in cascading and collateral impact. It's not only because of the eruption of the Marapi, but actually the impact of the intensity of rain that bring the landslide or the flash flood through impacted of the people. So this kind of lesson learned then will be also predicted and projected with the area that might happen. After that, then we have to have the strategy. For example, now, if you can see in the BNPB booth, there's an early warning system that is put 20 point, ya Pak Udre ya, 20 titik with the dashboard is an alarm of every river that is located in the Marapi. This is one of the implementation on how we can really put the strategy really down to earth, really down to the village, and really in the part of the impact of the disaster itself. So this is how we can really see the future crisis and the future systemic risks.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our three great speakers. Now I would like to open the floor and invite all of you, questions or comments, and as well as from the online. If there is anything from online, then perhaps we can show it in the monitor in front of us. Any questions, comment? Yes. We get one.
Selamat sore, nama saya Herawati. Saya akan menanyakan mungkin bukan hanya dari, maaf saya pakai bahasa Indonesia ya Pak. Bukan dari pihak Indonesia aja, tapi pihak negara-negara yang terkait. Beberapa waktu ini kan kita ada isu mengenai megatrash. Itu katanya lebih hebat dari tsunami yang di Aceh. Saya ingin menanyakan kepada pemerintah, apa penanggulangannya untuk meminimilasi meminimalisasikan untuk akibat misalnya seandainya terjadi bencana itu. Itu Pak yang ingin saya tanyakan, karena kan kemarin itu yang kita lihat akibat dari tsunami itu kan sungguh sangat besar, baik kerugian material, imaterial. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dengan Ibu, siapa tadi maaf?
Dengan Ibu Herawati Pak.
Ibu Herawati, terima kasih sekali Ibu Herawati. Ada lagi yang mau bertanya dari partisipan? Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Krishna Aditama. I'm from peta-bencana.id. We are a platform to report disaster real time. My question is to Ibu Dirjen. Because I work at grassroots levels, at the community level, the narrative that been discussed in the people is that we are not talking about climate change, but now we are talking about climate crisis. And also, the Secretary General of the UN also said it's not global warming anymore, but it's global boiling. Is the government will use the new wordings on the policy and at every national level discussions, and if it's matter if we change the wording, because people believe that the wordings are matter to push our effort even harder than before, because the situation is more pressure, it's even bigger pressure than before, and because Indonesia also has set NDC targets, and I think it's something that's worth to be even discussed at this forum. I welcome also the other panelists if you want also to express your opinions also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I get the confirmation? The first one, was it The second one, global warming to global boiling.
Yes.
The first one was climate change
Just
or
to climate crisis.
a climate crisis.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask one more. I saw the hand. Ibu, were you raising hand? Yeah, please. We'll stop at 3 and then we have a second round for additional questions.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Marilia from Regional Development Planning Agency of Lampung Province. I would like to ask a question related to the first question from the madam about mega trust. Because considering Lampung Province lies on two faults, two major faults, Sesar Semangko and Sesar Mentawai. So it's quite a worry for us in Lampung Province because Lampung has been stated that it will it will have a great impact from this issue, and I don't see the issue in our draft of long-term national development planning and from our regional development planning. And what about the eligible entity to manage this issue, to manage this kind of disaster? Is it BNPB, or is there anything? Is there any early warning system or technology to detect this kind of disaster? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Ibu, may I get your name again, Ibu?
I'm Marilia from...
Marilia.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to stop for 3 questions first, and then we'll open again. Please be ready with your question and comment. Let me check the time. Still okay. From Ibu Herawati, I think this is more to Pak Raditya Jati on the mega trust. And then from Risna Haditama to Ibu Dirjen. I think this is very interesting as well about the change of terminology, whether that will have a impact in advocacy from global or climate change to climate crisis, global warming to global boiling. And then from Marilia, mega trust again about early warning. I guess it's about to BNPB or other speakers as well. But of course, I would like to invite as well at any given time for Your Excellency, Pa Ambassador, for contributing to the discussion, because I was thinking when the question was being asked, when we have this mega trust news everywhere, whether that will also will impact our diplomatic effort where people are talking about that, asking and so on. But let me go to Ibu Dirjen first, if that's okay with you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Well, let me put in this way. When we are talking about climate change, we may talking about climate change in terms of the decision-making process, the planning documents making, and the other hand, we are talking about public literacy, public education, socialization, and that kind of things. If we are talking about the regulations, the documents, we still need to use the formal terms, because the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is not yet changed into the United Nations Framework into Climate Crisis. So, because we are ratifying the UNFCCC with all the glossary within the convention, so we need to still use that kind of words. Global boiling is never mentioned by the IPCC. We're always talking about data and information based on the scientific communities, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So up till now, if you look at the assessment report of the IPCC, the spatial report of the IPCC for 1.5, for example, the term is still global, the global warming. So global boiling has been used by the Secretary General to buy or to get the attention from the public. So indeed, when we are talking about to the public, we need to have a lot of glossary. We need to have a glossary with many words, because when we are talking about climate agenda with the academia society, for example, we use different languages, we use different terms. When we are talking about the community, we need to use another language which is fit with them. So a lot of glossary. But in terms of the formal, we still use the current term according to the current, agreement that we are ratifying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dirjen. Pak Deputi, you want to give your thoughts?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think it related for the first and the third question, where they are mentioning about the mega trust. Ibu Irawati, mega trust bukan isu, tapi memang ada. Ya, jadi mega trust itu sudah ada sejak lama, karena memang kita berada. Let me say in Indonesian, ya, supaya lebih jelas. Mohon izin. Jadi, dan ini memang kita berada di kawasan risiko yang cukup tinggi dengan adanya kepulauan kita yang terbentuk karena lempeng-lempeng tektonik kita, pergerakan kita, dan jelas itu jalurnya sudah ada. Jadi bukan isu. Dan gempa bumi tidak akan membuat kita terdampak kalau kekuatan infrastrukturnya kita mampu membangun rumah yang tahan gempa. Jadi sekaligus di hari ini kita lihat bahwa pameran ini ada beberapa teknologi bagaimana membangun rumah tahan gempa. Ini contoh bahwa kesiapan kita menghadapi megatrust adalah bagaimana rumah itu tahan gempa. Jadi jalurnya kan sudah jelas, sudah ada petanya. Kami dari BNPB juga sudah support dari peta risikonya. Pak Udreh nanti bisa menjelaskan lebih detail lagi. Dan yang paling penting lagi adalah kesiapsiagaan kita, termasuk masyarakat yang berada di kawasan risiko dengan megatrust tersebut. Jadi sudah jelas dengan adanya tempat-tempat yang ada megatrust, kita siapkan diri kita menghadapi hal tersebut. Kepanikan tidak akan membuat kita lebih baik, tapi justru harus membangun kita lebih resilience terhadap ancaman tersebut. Contoh, beberapa minggu yang lalu kami BNPB melakukan gerakan apel kesiapsiagaan. Di Mentawai, kami sendiri juga memimpin apel di Banten, dan ada yang apel di Pangandaran, ada yang di Cilacap, ada juga yang di Banyuwangi. Ini adalah titik-titik awal kita mencoba membangun kesadaran masyarakat, dan bukan hanya apel kesiapsiagaan, tapi bagaimana melakukan simulasi. Karena simulasi ini adalah salah satu yang tadi kita sampaikan, 4 hal tadi adalah preparedness culture. Preparedness culture ini menjadi penting. Kita tidak bisa memungkiri bahwa kita memang berada di kawasan risiko yang tinggi, termasuk gunung api. Jadi dengan adanya megatrust ini, ayo Ibu Bapak kita siapkan, baik itu dari rumah tahan gempa, kesiapsiagaan kita, jalur evakuasinya seperti apa. Jangan sampai kita tidak punya jalur evakuasi kalau wilayah megatrustnya itu pesisir, terus jalur evakuasinya juga sepanjang jalur pesisir. Mau evakuasi kemana? Ya kita harus ke arah tegak lurus dengan jalur pesisir dan lebih tinggi dari wilayah pesisir itu. Ketiga, kita harus punya juga rambu-rambu. Seandainya itu orang wilayah setempat atau masyarakat setempat, mereka akan paham mereka harus melarikan diri kemana. Tapi bagi turis atau bagi orang asing, bagi orang yang bukan wilayah di situ, mereka harus tahu bagaimana menyelamatkan dirinya. Nah ini rambu-rambu itu harus terpasang dengan baik. Nah, contoh-contoh itu sudah banyak kita lihat di daerah wilayah, khususnya di wilayah pesisir, yang memang berhadapan langsung dengan tsunami. Teknologi terkait dengan gempa bumi sampai saat ini memang belum ada. Untuk early warning kapan akan terjadi, nanti Mbak
Rahma Hanifah ini ahlinya, bisa menjelaskan, jadi mungkin gantian duduknya. Teknologinya yang ada baru memodelkan kalau itu akan terjadi tsunami, betul ya Mbak Rahma? Kalau prediksi kapan terjadi itu belum ada. Jadi early warning untuk gempa bumi memang nggak ada, belum ada. Namun yang harus kita perkuat adalah karena gempa bumi tidak mematikan, tapi adalah bangunannya. Jadi sekali lagi di sana ada contoh rumah yang digoyang dengan skala magnitudo tertentu, mana yang akan hancur, mana yang tidak. Ya, tapi karena apa? Bentuk bangunannya. Jadi ini yang harus diedukasi, yang harus menjadi literasi. Literasi bukan hanya sekedar informasi, tapi literasi adalah memahami. Jadi memahami risiko itu sendiri. Jadi ini yang harus kita lakukan bersama-sama. BNPB terus terang tidak bisa bekerja sendiri. Jadi kami membutuhkan bantuan Bapak Ibu untuk memberikan edukasi yang positif. Karena kita memang berada di kawasan zona megatrust. Terima kasih. Sorry to explain.
Terima kasih Pak Radit.
Ya.
Saya masih sangat fasih bahasa Indonesia.
Ya, saya juga.
Kalaupun berbahasa Inggris bagian dari gaya. Your Excellency, Ambassador, I was thinking about this. Feel free to comment. We're talking about mega trust, and then there's also a shift of terminology. And in the global diplomacy, sometimes I've observed that every term has a meaning and consequence and implication, and every term being negotiated, even for us outside the diplomatic club, does not get us in why you such a big deal in one term. But I believe that might have an implication for in a global diplomacy. Any thought on this issue, mega trust that being discussed a lot, shifting on term in issue related to climate change? Any thought from you, Your Excellency?
Well, thank you, Pak Said. Very, good question. Thank you for Ibu for raising this question. I think Pak Radit was very right that mega trust issue is a not new issue. I heard this one, I think perhaps 10, 12 years ago. I was privileged to join one of the mission on the mega trust preparedness to Mentawai Island back, I think 2013. So since then, we didn't hear much until recently, then the issue then brought up again. So from the point of view of international diplomacy, megatrust is something that we have to look at as some, ideas that megatrust and other disasters, for example, like the current Yagi typhoon, so and other typhoons that may come later, that brings all the countries to see and to discuss all global efforts. No country can deal with the disasters issue alone. And in the context of international diplomacy, back perhaps 15 years ago, we still discussed what I remember very rightly, ISDR, International Strategy on Disaster Reduction. But then we shifted into Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which brought all the countries to think more seriously on the resilience issues, on the prevention and preparedness. And now we are in the process of reviewing this Sendai Framework. Yes, it is at the moment is a framework. It's not a legally binding yet, unlike Paris Agreement and other climate convention agreements. But having a convention on the issue of disaster is something that I don't think at the moment is feasible for all countries to work on, because we learned that making an international treaty really takes years and very painful process. I happened to deal with the climate issue with Ibu Lakshmi some years ago, and it was very, very difficult, one of the most difficult negotiations that all countries have experienced, and we don't know then until when that we are going to have a very solid agreement on addressing the climate change, for example. But Ibu Ami has also touched upon the climate aspects of the disaster, which again very complex. So as far as I know, earthquake, well, it's debatable whether earthquake is climate-related phenomenon or just natural phenomenon. In the United States, the everlasting debate on the typhoons, whether is it climate-related cause or natural cause, still lingering until I don't know when. So I think basically at the international stage, all countries have common concerns on addressing the disasters in the context of first paradigm shifting, but more importantly that all countries should work together. This is something that differs all the diplomatics debate on the disaster compared to the geopolitical issues that are very complex and complicated. Thank you, Pak Said.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I was even thinking while you were explaining, maybe the next seminar should be on risk reduction diplomacy. That would be an interesting. Let's go to the online questions. We have I saw one question here from Asep BPBD Tangsel. Is there any access to global funding for community empowerment program through socialization of mitigation and disaster rehearsal, maybe exercise? Is it the only one question, or we have other question online so we can? Okay, we got another question. Johannes Titi Heru, BPBD Kabupaten Maluku Tengah. Sejauh mana teknologi seperti artificial intelligence, AI, big data, Internet of Things dapat meningkatkan manajemen resiko bencana dan memperkuat ketahanan komunitas. So, ada lagi enggak atau is only two? Oke, only two. Saya akan kasih one round buat para panelis kita untuk memberikan tanggapannya. Feel free to pick with whatever angle you want to answer the question. First one is about access to global funding for community empowerment program related to disaster management. How do we access? Is there any funding outside APBN? Because sometimes we only think the only funding is the state budget. How do we access funding outside state budget, donors or global funding and so on? Number two is more about the rise of technology, artificial intelligence and its friends. Whether that will improve our management in managing risk and building resilience for the community. I would like to open to all. I will start from Ibu and then Your Excellency, Ambassador, and then Dr. Aditya Jati.
Thank you. So I believe I need to focus on the first questions, while the second will be, perhaps Pak Deputy will be. Is there any access global funding? Funding is very important. Climate finance is indeed one of the means implementations that we need. So Indonesia have 4 strategies in terms of the climate finance. First, we need to enhance our budget with climate budget tagging. Second, we need to make our climate both adaptation and mitigation actions more attractive to investors. Third, we need to develop various innovative in terms of the financing instrument or financial instrument. And the third, we're bettering or enhancing access to the global sources. So in terms of the community empower, in terms of the climate finance, there are numbers of global sources. We have adaptation fund. Adaptation fund is the fund setting by the UNFCCC for the country parties to enhance their climate resiliences. And we have the Global Environmental Fund. This is the
another global fund to assist country parties to fulfill their mandates of the international convention. We have Green Climate Fund. We have many other funds. So in terms of the community empowerment programs, Indonesia has access several sources. Back in 2019, Indonesia established so-called Indonesia Environmental Fund or Badan Pengelolaan Dana Lingkungan Hidup. Because it's very complex and difficult to get access to the global individually. So we set the Indonesia Environmental Fund to assist access to the global. Currently, in the BPDLH, we call it BPDLH, we have quite numbers of funding windows. And only 8th of August last month, President Joko Widodo launched, we call it Dana Layanan Masyarakat. Dana Layanan Masyarakat, it's meant to be used or to be utilized by the community levels. Untuk kegiatan macam-macam, for various activities, planting trees, socializations, and small activities up to, I think up to 50 million rupiah. So the global funding has been accessed by the Indonesia Environmental Fund, then the community will be more easily to access through the Indonesia Environmental Fund. So please silakan masuk ke websitenya Badan Pengelola Dana Lingkungan Hidup. Nanti akan ada aplikasi Dana Layanan Masyarakat. Ada beberapa menu yang bisa dipilih, termasuk kegiatan-kegiatan sosialisasi untuk mitigasi dan adaptasi, khususnya untuk lokasi-lokasi tertentu. Karena dana ini baru dibuka 8 Agustus dan sekarang sudah banyak sekali permintaan. Jadi akan ada staging atau batching atau pengelompokan persetujuan. But Pak Asep, if you still would like to access to the global funding, you may get reach to the Ministry of Finance for Green Climate Fund. You may approach me as the Global Environmental Fund Facilities Operational Focal Point for Indonesia, or you may approach me for the Adaptation Fund because I'm also the National Focal Point for Adaptation Fund. So feel free. The only criteria is that you need to have a good proposal and to show that your activities will contribute for the Indonesians' achievement of the global target, especially in climate change or other environmental conventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. Your Excellency, Ambassador, any thought from yourself as well as that will serve as your final statements of our dialogue. Please.
Once again, this dialogue is very important for all of us to understand the shifting of paradigm. But more than that, if you look at outside, all the parties involved in these very important efforts. Then lastly, I once again remind colleagues on our plan to host the regional conference on humanitarian assistance in December in Bali. So the official announcement will be out soon. But once again, I'm really willing to see all the discussions linger from this forum to our regional conference, that at the end, it will bring us to all the, more global common understanding on the importance of the disaster risk reduction. And I think with that, once again, I thank you very much for inviting me and to share the experience of Indonesian diplomacy in the context of disaster risk reduction. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Dr. Raditya Jati, Deputy System Strategy. Anything you want to respond or give your final comment or the combination of both? Okay.
Thank you, Pak Said. Maybe a touch on the AI. I think this is now it's been discussing as a hot topic now. Artificial intelligence without natural intelligence is nothing. So I think we have to look again on how the AI is working actually, and what is it really beneficiary for us, including pre-disaster, before disaster, how risk assessment can be used, AI, artificial intelligence for mapping, risk mapping. I think it's very useful. Also implementing during the emergency response, and also data crowdsourcing. I think Peta Bencana is also using AI. I think so. Everybody is now using the technology that have been given to us, and to use it properly, and it will also help us. I think Mr. Marco also have ideas. We have been discussing from MTR on artificial intelligence and disaster management and disaster reduction. Even also post-recovery, you can use the data information, actually the technology, and to quick analysis for all important things. But the last thing that I want to share actually is about on how we can really implement sustainable resilience in real way. How to put into implementation, as discussed before, as a people center. Even any dimension that we have been discussing from previous in the morning until today's session. What can we achieve with this global forum? It's not we are only discussing here, but I think we have many thoughtful things that can be as a homework for us for the next future. So it's not only just discussing and we have something to say, but actually it's a big homework for us. So I would like to ask all of you who is now here from the morning until this afternoon, how can we really collaborate together to achieve this resilience, sustainable resilience in the future? Because like it or not, we're facing this now. We're facing the future crisis. We're facing hazard. We're facing risk, especially in Indonesia now. We are at risk. But how we can really put ourselves resilience in any other dimension, social, economic, technology, science, anything. But at least we can put something on the table, what can we do next? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid I have to conclude the session. I'm off 4 minutes, so I'll not summarize the discussion, well summarized already by each of the speakers. I just want to close with continuing what Pak Radit mentioned about working together for sustainable resilience. And they're saying that if you want to walk fast, then walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together with your friend. Sustainable resilience is about walking together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you very, very much. Thank you for all the speakers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said Faisal, for moderating the session. Also, thank you very much to all the speakers. To all the speakers, please remain on stage for the rest of the speakers who haven't received the token of appreciation. Please stand in front of the table, ladies and gentlemen, because we want to present the token of appreciation from the host of the event as an appreciation for the speaker who has given us the experience and also the knowledge for today's event. Let's give a round of applause. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. And one more. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, next a photo together, sir. The moderator and also all the speaker to take a photo together in front. Yes. Let me count. In 3, 2, 1. Once again. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return back to your seats. Once again, thank you very much for all the knowledge and also the experience that you have shared with us. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the first day of the Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. Hopefully this event will be beneficial to you all, especially on the important issue discussed. But don't forget that we still have second day tomorrow. Tomorrow the forum will start at 9:30 a.m. The session, first session, which is the stakeholder consultation with the theme Implementing Global Agreements at National and Local Levels, with the speakers Mr. Iputu Sutawijaya from DRR Forum Bali, Tandi Muape from UN OCHA Indonesia, and M. Helmi Abidin from UCLG Aspek. And this session will be moderated by Berten Suar Pelita Panjaitan from BNPB. And this next session that we're gonna have tomorrow is the expert roundtable with the topic Strengthening Disaster Preparedness through Science, Technology, and Innovation. With the speakers Harikunti Perahayu from Indonesian Disaster Experts Association and Bandung Institute of Technology, Dr. Nuraini Rahma Hanifa from National Institute of National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, Mr. Arik Jagart and Constance Jaliat from SDC Switzerland, and also Professor Hamam Riza, the President of Corica. This session will be moderated by Dudi Iskandar from National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. And also, we have a case studies showcase tomorrow with the theme Building Resilient Infrastructure with the speaker Mr. Maxim Pashkov, Mr. Hiroyuki Yamamoto from Japan International Cooperation Agency, Mr. Bill Marsden and Miss Julia Teja from Miyamoto International, and also Insinyur Diana Kusumastuti from Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing of Indonesia. And the session will be moderated by Dr. Udrek from BNPB. So we still have a series of events tomorrow. So don't forget to join us again for the second day tomorrow. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all participants for attending the first day of the Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. And also our deepest gratitude and thank our valuable sponsors and also supporting the event. Thank you very much and please enjoy the rest of the day. See you tomorrow at the second day of Global Forum of Sustainable Resilience 2024. Thank you very much.